Well, you saw it last time during our little legacy battle screen, but here's the official splash screen we'll try and land on every time. But I'll always try and give a little story recap. So, um, most recently in our adventure, you all entered the old chapel of Oberon, an abandoned building in the forest of the Feywild. And Jiri was the one who had disguised himself magically as Yurik, talking his way in and diverting all of the other scouts with the information that, hey, the Eladrin are coming, we gotta abandon ship, and they all were convinced and left, and pretty much allowed you guys to move in unimpeded. And so as he made his way in, you guys all had a little bit of a delayed approach getting in once most of the Selenixian scouts left, and you knocked a couple unconscious and scared off some of them. And then below the chapel, Jiri met with the chief of the Selenixians, Aeolas, the one who you had been urged to go find and retrieve by Morrigan, another Winter Eladrin, and he himself seemed to be a Winter Eladrin. Not only that, but seemingly a brother to Morrigan from Kaer Methrin. Although Jiri's deceptive pursuits were very successful getting him all the way in, Aeolas did find some discrepancies in some surprises with some of Yurik's language, and so decided to very quickly kind of make an escape to protect some creature hidden in the hideout. And then Jiri was captured by the Viruvine plant, and you all joined shortly to a fairly emptied out hideout, and found Jiri and the secret passageway. You all entered that through some careful tinkering, and you tracked down Aeolas and engaged him in battle until a beautiful 9-tailed Volpera creature of the Feywild leapt to Aeolas's aid, and Rome instigated Speak with Animals, which kind of started the way for peace talks, getting a sense that maybe this Aeolas was not so ill-willed as Morrigan painted him to be. And mid-combat, fairly persuasively, you all established a kind of tenuous alliance with Aeolas, and him promising that he would aid your ventures in getting home, activating the portal in Kaer Methrin to allow you interplanar travel, but this would likely pit you guys against the Eladrin of Kaer Methrin. He needed to help the fairy dragon and the Volpera escape and warn some of his comrades what the situation was, and he promised to return. He thought it was about a 4-hour journey away, would spend some time with his allies and then return. So you guys have the time to rest until he returns. So I will now bring us back to where we left off. Yeah. And that's where we pick back up as you find yourselves alone here in the subterranean terrarium of sorts, after yet another long period of adventuring in the Feywild.
Sure hope Aeolas comes back.
I don't know why, but I have a pretty good feeling about it. You seem to be more well-meaning than those Eladrin.
Bit more upfront, I'd say. Less condescending.
Yeah, that's for sure. Hopefully he can activate the portal. He seemed to think he could, but if he's been away for so long, I just wonder if that's a variable.
Well, he did confirm that that's probably the only way for us to get out. He didn't know of anywhere else that we could escape the Fey realm from.
Yeah. Agreed. Well, I don't know about you all, but I might set up here and kind of lay down for a beat. It's been a long day again.
I want to look around this greenhouse. Is there any cool plants that I could take a little bit of?
There definitely are, and not only plants, but you see these little bright, almost just bursts of light that seem to have like incorporeal wings, almost like dragonflies. It almost looks like small Moby 3s floating around in the air in a little bit, but they are very tiny, just this small spherical ball of light with these little jutting wings out that
It's
flitter
Navy.
around. It is literally Navy. And they just kind of exist pervasively in this space, darting in and out of plant growth and just kind of hovering and giving the whole space kind of an ambient light. You can absolutely look into some flora. Is there any you make your way to?
Anything that looks very novel, like I haven't seen it before. Yeah.
Sure. I would say, of note near you, the most beautiful are these kind of luminescent, large petaled flowers that have kind of these very bright pink, like crystal like bulbs within them. And this is kind of where the Vulpera had been hiding under. Those certainly seem to strike you as more interesting than the rest. Like there's all of the red vines and pink leaves and indigo flowers throughout this space. Who knows what they could be used for or harvested. But I would say these things probably strike your attention first.
Can I see if I recognize them in any way or would guess what they're about?
Sure. Yeah, go ahead and roll. I'm going to say herbalism check with disadvantage.
Oh. Could I find, okay, so I did my first roll. Could I finally use one of my pages of my herbalism notes
Sure.
from the library?
Yeah.
To make it
That could effectively make it a flat roll. Yeah. Just go ahead and make sure to remove one of those so that it is consumed. But
I will.
we are effectively canonizing that is one of the pages in this notebook. It happens to be talking about this.
I rolled a 25.
That's so cool.
That's very high. These are specifically, as noted on your page, you're like, I've never seen this. I've never heard of this in my studies. It certainly must be a rarer Feywild plant. You know these to be a wilting dancer, a flowering plant that when it blooms, the flower like writhes and shifts and actually responds to sonic resonance. It has unique aging effects should it be harvested and brewed carefully.
Like slowing down or speeding up?
Depends on how you make it.
Can I try to harvest some?
Sure. This is going to be a very high level check. I will say, with your notes, I would say normally I might require like a dexterity based check for delicately harvesting this, but since you have the notes, I'll allow this to be an intelligence based check. So go ahead and give me just a nature check.
Okay. Oh, I rolled an 18. 24.
You are successfully able to, as you move closer toward it, the large multicolored petals kind of like almost retreat from your presence, but the glowing pink crystal-like bulb in the center just is there, and you are able to kind of carefully scrape out the stem, and you separate the bulb of it, this kind of pink crystal of a wilting dancer.
Beautiful. I will very carefully put that in my herbalism kit and like whatever container would be in there to house it.
Perfect. Yep.
Hell yeah, thanks.
So, of course. Is there anything any of you otherwise want to do before you kind of engage a long rest?
Yeah, I need to pull Consolo and Toby aside. So I'm gonna grab Consolo because I know he was about to like lay down or something, but I'm gonna pull him over the corner over here, have a little like private conversation with the two of them. And I'm gonna be like, all right, can I talk to you guys for a second? Consolo.
Yeah, of course.
As my moral compass, and Toby as my like chief medical consultant. I need to bring our minds together to discuss an important topic. I was just bitten by a lycanthrope in that last battle. Consolo,
yeah.
for just so that you know, I was once bitten by a wolf. It was a very traumatic experience. I was cursed by this wolf.
Oh, was it a lycanthrope too?
Kind of. It was a little bit different. I was possessed by a evil mad wolf, and
Oh,
took
interesting.
over my body.
Yeah, lycanthropy is usually a yes or no kind of deal. But if it was some other magical wolf, that's its own thing. But
It
continue.
was
Sorry.
very, very evil, though. And then Toby, this is kind of maybe news for you. Kinsella told me this, but apparently not all wolves are evil here in the Fey realm. Some of them might be.
Yeah, or any realm. Yeah.
Well, no, that's very Kinsella. Just to let you know, that's very different. That's not how things are in the material plane or in Jawland. Things are very black and white there. They're
Sure.
good and evil.
Just as a reminder, my home plane is the material plane. Just as a reminder. In
Toby,
Kilodine and all of Chimeras, like there are probably way more good lichens than bad.
Toby, did you know this?
I can't say I did.
Wow, that's crazy. So I guess Jawland is just unique then, because in Jawland things are good or evil, and if you walk around and you don't tell people that you're good, like people will beat you up for being evil.
Wow.
So you better be careful, Kinsala, if you go there.
I certainly will.
Or all of us. So when we escort you back to reclaim the throne, we have to be saying we're good the whole time?
Well, it's people you can tell,
Actions.
It's really
By
easy
actions,
to
yeah.
yes, it's really easy to tell is what I'm saying when things are good or evil. But here in the Fey realm, it seems like it's really difficult. But anyways,
Interesting.
Eorlas called it a blessing, but I'm familiar with bites being curses, so I'm confused. I would like your guys' opinion on medically and morally, how should we handle this?
Yeah, well, I mean, Toby Rama, I don't know if you've encountered this before. Please give us your insights if you have them. Also, I'm happy to tell you guys a little bit about lycanthropy as I understand it from some of my friends.
Yeah, I guess I would want to just kind of, maybe this is more of letting you know, Kinsala, of what like I've got access to right now in terms of cure-alls and whatnot, and if this falls in the realm of lycanthropy. And this might be something we have to discuss with the group, Jiri, but I've got a very expensive elixir of health that seems to cure ailments. And I also have just some restorative magic I can use. I just don't know how, if that falls in the realm of fixing any budding lycanthropy.
Yeah, so I'll jump in there and just say something I've learned from Korik is that I don't think he's been able to ever brew or acquire the services of a brewmaster who has been able to like mix up a potion of curing lycanthropy. Usually it's not a true disease. It's more of an affliction that, regarding your point, Jerry, could be viewed as a curse or a blessing, I guess, depending on how you view it. I do think magical restoration is more likely to remove this the touch of the wild. And yeah, I think I did overhear Aeolas saying that he thought his fangs sunk pretty far into you. So I definitely think it's more than likely that your body might be currently undergoing the first step of changes. And just so you know, that doesn't have to be a bad thing. As I understand it, people afflicted with lycanthropy can choose to reject its touch or embrace it. And if you'll be interested to hear, I can give you a brief understanding of what each of those means.
Embracing my biggest fear. Maybe that's a way to get over the fear. I have to become my fear.
Perhaps.
And what do wolves fear most but bigger wolves?
Yeah. Yeah, just so you know, if Aeolas's blessing, let's call it, just for your sake, let's call it a blessing to start.
Or at least
if his strain of it is what affected you, you likely have the touch of a polar bear. starting to seep into your blood and affect your physiology.
Okay, cheers. So that's gonna affect how we think about this.
It really is, because I was expecting to become a big wolf, but I wonder if wolves are scared of polar bears as well.
Yeah, probably a case by case thing. I've actually never seen a polar bear until we met this guy. But just so you know, if you resist its touch, you'll have to work on it every night and make sure that you're in control of yourself. But you can pretty much retain its touch within your blood with no side effects, except for on a full moon, when Selenix specifically is in a full moon, you will automatically lose control for about 12 hours. You will not be in control of your body. The curse will take over, and you will give into more feral instincts for a period of time. That's why I'm not surprised this group was named the Selenixians, because I know we've always heard tales that Selenix's light shines both in the material plane and the Feywild. So they're probably giving reverence to the moon in some way. But just know that if you reject its touch, 95% of the time, you'll be in full control of yourself with no side effects. But once per month, essentially, you will lose control and not have agency of your own body. And we have heard terrible tales of what happens when that happens. On the other side of it, based on our experience with the Selenixians here, I imagine many, if not all of them, are were-touched in some way, and have likely embraced its touch. Probably calling them Selenixians is a good indicator of that. If you embrace its touch, you'll have to rest for a small period of time in between, but you'll be able to shape-shift your body, allowing yourself to grow in size and strength. It will make your skin hardier. You will be immune to simple weapons of most mortals for the period when you're transformed. There are negatives, though, that come with that level of the blessing.
Now, would I be stronger than Telperion, though?
It will increase your strength, very likely, while you're in your altered form. The biggest issue with that is when you are pretty wounded and bloodied, anytime you take damage, you will have to really use your own willpower to resist giving into feral instinct. So it's more often you will have to resist the feral instinct, but you do have a chance to fully control it, as opposed to rejecting it and it eventually boils to a pinnacle and you automatically lose control once per month. That wouldn't happen if you embrace its touch, but you could lose control day by day for small bits of time if you falter in your willpower.
Sorry,
and you may end up attacking your allies.
I zoned out. I was thinking about being stronger than Telperion. That sounds
Sure.
good.
Can I walk up at this point?
You are welcome to. Yeah, you're harvesting a plant and you're hearing
Yeah,
that. You probably
that's
hear
fine.
your name. You probably hear your name being brought up.
It's all good. I'll stay away.
Okay, Toby, I think we should.
I want to make
See
it
how it
clear.
goes.
I am confident I can fully remove its effects from you.
I know. So I think we should do is see how it goes, and if I go crazy and start murdering everybody, then you can cure me.
I should have led with this, is also that should you pursue restorative magic right now, I would imagine virtually guaranteed success. Should you allow its touch to affect you longer and longer, it is going to require higher and higher level magic to rid yourself of it, should it seep in fully to your body. So just keep that in mind, that Tobirama, sounds like you feel competent in your ability to remove this right now. I don't know if you are prepared magically to remove a more integrated blessing. but that's all pretty much I know. I know the basics. I know several people that are touched by this back home. At this point, it's kind of up to you, Jerry, if you want to use Toby's help getting rid of it, or if you want to test out what it may be. It will also take some time to take effect. Even if you embrace it, you won't be able to utilize its strength overnight yet. It will take some time for your body to undergo changes, but
Well, Toby is very magical, so I'm sure he could handle it. But I don't know, Toby. Maybe we should sleep on it and think about it.
I have no ability to affect it right now. I need to recover my magic, so we definitely will sleep on it. I also, because of what Kinsala was just saying about how one aspect might be once a month losing control, I do think this becomes a group question. Because you're welcome to make your own choices, and I'm not going to decide for you, Jerry, but I think this is worth discussing with the rest of the group.
I agree. So let's sleep on it, and then maybe we can talk to them in the morning.
sounds good to me.
Thanks,
Good luck,
guys.
Jerry.
You guys are
Yeah.
a good moral compass and chief medical consultant.
I've got that on my card.
We couldn't hear you.
Yeah, what'd you say, MK?
I'll put that on my card, Chief Medical Assistant.
Perfect. As you guys complete that conversation, Kinsala will actually want to hold Toby Rama aside as well and say, hey, Tobe, before I get to bed here, do you mind if I call you Tobe?
A little bit.
Or do you prefer your full name of Toby Rama?
I think Toby's good. You know.
Okay,
That's,
okay.
That's a new one. Sorry, that just caught me off guard. I don't mean to be standoffish.
Perfect. Yeah, I'll remember that. Well, I just wanted to pull you aside because I feel like I'm getting a better sense of who everyone else is in this group. But I'm having a little hard time figuring you out. You clearly have a good sense of morality guiding your actions. And you seem very jovial and friendly and happy-go-lucky a lot of the time in conversation with your friends. Hopefully our friends at this point. But I've also seen a lot of anxiety and concern on your face in battle. Whether it's like judging what action to next take or weighing the moral weight every time you make a decision. I might have no right to say this to someone who's a couple years older than me. But in our culture, most of my friends and family age really fast and they grow wise beyond their years before most people, especially most Udinil. Do you mind if I lend a couple insights I've picked up in my training in the Oricor?
I'd be happy to hear him.
Okay. Well, first of all, I don't want to guess or assume, but I don't know how much combat you've seen in your life. But I'm going to venture a guess that I've seen more just based on my own life's journey and training in the Oricor and constant battles and skirmishes between our own people and training. But in battle, there is little to no time for thought. If you allow your mind to get in the way, even for a second, those thoughts will impede your actions and they will cause you to get injured or worse. So I'll say secondly, and equally as important, you have to trust yourself in battle. Trust your judgment to pick the right moment to act. Trust that your instinct is aligned with your morality. I say this part a bit tongue-in-cheek, knowing you're a man of belief, but in a moment of action, you can't rely on faith in only your deity. You have to have faith in yourself, that have confidence in your actions, that they align with your spirit, and trust that your body will move as you need it to. Of course, people like you and me are pretty lucky because we know if our actions have flaws, our fellow soldiers and friends will help. But anyway, sorry, I'm starting to sound a little like Korik, but I don't know if you had any thoughts on that.
He's not a bad person to imitate. No, I think that's great advice, and you've met me in a interesting scenario. The four of us, Roulette, Jerry, the five of us, now that Alfie's been around for quite some time. Since we've been together, we've always had like either of our own accord or someone else, implying it on us, a direction, a goal, a thing to be achieving, and that's why we're in the Feyrealm, is we heard that you went missing on your mission, and your friends and your family and your comrades were worried about you, and so when they felt they couldn't spare soldiers to take on this mission, we volunteered, and we found you, and we rescued you, and you helped us rescue you, and now I'm in this foreign place, and I don't have a thing other than get home right now, but I mean, pretty much all you've known me, the entire time you've known me, is it's hard to feel confident making decisions in this place. And yeah, maybe I need to allow myself to trust in my core what I know to be right, and stop putting every single little thing under the whatever Roulette calls that thing that zooms in on things.
Yeah. Well, first of all, thank you again. And he extends his arm for like one of these guys of thanks for coming to my aid in the first place. I would gladly jump to any of your all's aid or any of my soldiers, and you guys came to my aid before we even knew each other. Means a lot. So thanks, Toby. Also, although I do want you to take that advice to heart if you can, Korik can also, be a little too high viewpoint sometimes. So let me give you one final piece of advice that High Commander Rillis gave me, which is possibly a little more actionable. When I first got in fights, the birdfolk in my various regiments that I trained with were always more adept at flying than me. Their wings matured faster. They grew into themselves faster. And so I was awkward in the air. My hands trembled every time I tried to aim my spear. But I started developing basics. High Commander Rillis started working with me on like a standard of procedure that I would take every time I got into a fight. Now I've gotten to a point where I'm more flexible than that, but that can always help. Like no matter how the fight starts, I used to focus on dodge first. And if someone missed me, I would take a quick riposte hit on them. And by focusing on that simple strategy, that became second nature to me and allowed my body to just move almost automatically, driven by pure instinct, not slowed down by thought. And it gave me precious time to consider my next actions, knowing that my first actions would be efficient and effective. So that'd be my advice. Again, if you're willing to take advice from someone a couple years younger than you, try and develop a default series of actions you prefer to take at the start of a conflict. It'll achieve efficiency, make sure your first actions are effective, and it'll buy you precious time to evaluate what's next. And it'll help keep your composure, not letting thoughts overwhelm you of what to evaluate. I'd also be more than happy to spar with you someday if you're interested, and maybe we could take it to the air if you think you can handle it.
thank you. That all of this is helpful and appreciated, and yeah, helps me. Is helping me kind of find my center in all of this.
Good. I'm glad if it'll be helpful at all. Just something to consider. I'm hoping to learn from you as well, man. And gives you a little knock on the shoulder and says, well, anyway, I think that'll do it for me. Pretty worn out from today.
Well, it looks like we've got...
I see that Toby is, or Consolo's gone away. I would like to speak to Toby if possible, but I want to pull him to the side.
There's
Yeah,
a lot.
perfect.
I'm finally getting my sleeping bag out and getting ready. Oh, hey,
Yeah.
hey Rome.
You hear a tiny explosion from Alfie in the background. Gillette's working on it.
So there was an interaction a little while back when I first joined you all that's troubled me for the last couple of days that I would like to discuss with you if possible. I don't know if you recall when Jiri had his nightmare and woke everyone up.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, he was like screaming and worried about the Arknight, but it was weird to me that no one else seemed to care much. You seemed somewhat unaffected and quiet, but I was wondering, do we know anything? Is the Arknight a real being, or was it just, the rumblings of a...
No, I think we've...
Toby, as she even says the word Arknight, you probably have like a little flashback image.
Yeah,
that
there's
is
like
very
there's
painful.
a discernible like wince on Toby's behalf. No, the Arknight is very real, and as he has continued to prove, most of Jiri's what some might call delusions or dreams are usually quite based in real things. I think the lack of action on the rest of us is it's usually not quite so immediate. I don't know that there's a war going on the material plane that we're trying to get back to. It's the whole thing. The Arknight is a prime player in all of that, so I think we all heard that and we're like, I don't imagine he's here in the Fae. So I think that was easy for us to kind of put aside. But no, we're on our way back, and we will be forced to deal with that person.
And who are they exactly? Like, what is their mission?
I don't know. They killed a close friend of ours, and that's about all we know about him. Well, actually, I guess Telperian's been interested in. He has which seems a kind of legendary blade of some kind. But as far as we can tell, he seems like a antagonistic force. But our only true interaction with him was quite personal.
So he's a murderer.
I have no way to say otherwise.
Interesting. Do you think that we will interact with this being when we return to the material plane?
I mean to.
You in particular, or us?
I don't think I'll be at peace until there's some level of confrontation on my part, and I would hope that these amazing people are with me at the time. I don't know how strongly they feel on this specific point of interest, but I think I know they'd want to be there with me, and also try and get some closure on what happened to our friend.
I see. Well, I would love to lend my services if you'd have me. It sounds like this person needs to go.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Toby,
anyone else wants to do?
Toperian holds up the plant he just harvested. He's like, I wonder if Toby would be interested in this.
Oh, I've told Toperian this all the time. Like, I've got a herbalism kit too, so if you need extra storage, you've always got a few extra storage spots.
Amazing. What about you, Roulette? Anything you do before kind of settling down for bed?
Probably goes right to sleep.
No. And so once ALS leaves, and she knows that like this is a period of we're gonna have rest here. We're not being accosted. I will immediately cast Enhance Ability Intelligence on myself, and I get to work on Alfie, and I'm trying to get as much work done on him as possible. At some point during one of those 4 conversations, Roulette will walk over to Toby, will not say anything, but will just like turn him around to his backpack or find his backpack and find the anti-light lantern, not to use it. And I'm like, Toby, come here. And I'm just like,
I've got like my pack on the side, so I just like direct, like feel free to rummage.
Yeah, I'll just ruffle through it. Toby, don't worry, I'm not using it. Don't worry, I just got, I guess, measurements. And I'll take that back over, and I'm putz around with Alfie. I don't think I'm gonna Roulette is like heads down in Alfie right now. If anyone's watching, I'm mostly just like there's tiny explosions of fire coming from my hand as I'm doing like a weird thing where I'm not actually casting Firebolt. I'm just like rubbing my hands to get my fingers together really fast to just like almost get like a directed blowtorch.
Yes, amazing.
Then there'll be other like parts of Alfie I'm pulling out, and Critter, feel free to cut me off at any point. But like, I will not be breathing lightning, but there will be some magical energy coming from my chest and my mouth to like assist in the most minute magical tinkering that I'm working on.
Yeah, I would say anyone with a high enough passive perception might see that when you're tinkering, they might even see like a small pulse of light emanating from your upper torso neck area occasionally, and you're free to, it seems to be kind of ever present within you now, certainly only able to be released in detrimental force per the mechanics of it, but you also are noticing something different as well. As over the course of an hour goes by, 2 hours go by, very successful tinkering. You're really glad you were given this chance to make some progress on Alfie. And although you're expecting and almost conjuring into existence the normal magical biology within you that you're starting to get more used to, you're also, the back of your hand has been sore for quite a long time at this point. You're not even sure when it started paining you, a couple hours, days ago. Time's weird in the Feywild, but it's almost like a constant annoyance at this point. And as you breathe, you're almost feeling like, as you're conjuring magic with your hand and elevating your breath for additional magical aptitude, you almost notice like a flow of energy between your upper chest and your arm and your hand. And over time, it feels strange, but it is starting to get to the point where it's threatening to impede your ability to tinker and make productive work done. And it's definitely starting to feel strange underneath your leather glove with its fingertips cut off for your natural fire conjuration. Do you take your glove off at all to inspect, or are you pushing past it?
I will probably chalk it up to like hand cramps. What is it called when you get writing cramps?
Carpal tunnel.
Graphospasms.
Oh yeah.
You get like hand cramp from writing too much. Like I'm consistently doing this, so I'm like pushing myself. So I know I want to get this done, and I know the next like 15 and a half steps I need to do. So I'm probably going to just I make a mental note to make that the 16th step, check hand before going to bed, to make sure I'm not like wounded for the next day.
Perfect.
But at that short moment, it's another muscle cramp as I'm like tinkering. Like I know my eyes are probably hurting too because it's small stuff, but not too bad because I have the glasses from Jiri. But yeah, at that moment I'm pushing past it and making step 16.
So you don't need to make a roll, because eventually over time we will have you make a total roll. And I do want to check with you outside of session to make sure we're on the same page of progress made so far on this endeavor on Alfie. But you have your enhanceability up. You're able to get a couple hours of work in here. Is that it before you go to bed and get to step 16 where you evaluate your hand? Or is there anything else you wanted to do?
I'll return the lantern back to Toby. Toby, thank you for the measurements. Hopefully he's still awake. Or maybe he's not. I don't know. I will gently return the lantern to his pack because he's probably sleeping. And then
I will say, I'm going to make a call and say he is at that point, a couple hours in, I would like to determine that he has fallen asleep at this point.
Yeah. And I'll make step 17, ask Toby Alfie Wings, is just something I'm writing in my notebook somewhere.
Amazing.
But step 15 and a half is sleep. Nope, 16 and a half is sleep. 16 is
perfect. Okay, so after a successful venture of tinkering for a while, you made some progress on Alfie. You think you've got some of the mechanics understood of what you want to continue pursuing. You finally start getting to bed, take off your gloves, and you kind of just give a glance at the glove that was the hand that was sore. And I believe the last time you looked at this, you almost thought the back of your hand looked bruised a little bit. But this time, it seems to be a little bit more of a pattern, like a subdermal discoloration that is definitely unmistakably there. Just looks like almost like a, not actively twisting, but a twisting series of like curved patterns and line work that are very intricate, like a sort of tribal pattern. It's probably virtually impossible to like attribute or accurately designate like a visual reference for what it looks like. Your closest approximation might be that it looks like a abstract whirlpool or cloud or something, but it's essentially just a swirl of black lines that is definitely subdermal. It's not like a tattoo on the surface of your skin. It almost looks like discoloration within your body. And as you allow yourself to like examine it and stretch it and clench it, you allow yourself to really feel the soreness. And as you clench your fist, it does hurt, it's tender, but you do feel like a humming sensation, like energy surging within you and coursing through your bloodstream for just a moment before dissipating. And with your passive investigation, in that moment where it kind of dissipates and recedes, you do feel like a dulling in the pain and tenderness. But unless your eyes were playing tricks on you, there was definitely some sort of arcane steam barely visible that had drifted off of the back of your hand for just a split second when you felt that surge of energy. But it's immediately invisible as it dissipates into the air around.
the steam is invisible, or the thing on my hand is
The steam immediately dissipates, but the bruise, the mark remains. But there seems to be some version of energy attributed to it. But it is also off-putting in the sense that it's like this sore biological marker that has kind of metastasized on your body.
I mean, my first thing I'm doing is like checking the inside of the glove to make sure there's not something weird on the inside of the glove.
Very simple, somewhat sweaty leather.
Yeah, it's very sweaty. Last thing I'll do before I go to bed, I guess it's in a weird way, I'm taking my notebook and I'm just like looking at the back of my hand and sketching what's on the back of my hand as it's on the back of my hand.
Sure.
Just to like document it like I document everything else.
Perfect.
Yeah.
But it has stopped hurting and you're welcome to pursue sleep. We'll get to Tobirama in a minute, but does everyone else, do they go to sleep? Telperion, I imagine, sets up his trance. Are you guys taking watches and shifts by any means?
I think that because you are up working, I'll just trance right away. Well, actually, no, I'm going to stay up for a little while.
Okay.
Toby, right before falling asleep, would have indicated to the group that he would like to, if we're taking watches, take the final watch.
Okay.
Jiri will help hold like a lamp for Roulette for a little bit, just to like aid, kid holding the flashlight for dad. But then he gets tired and he's gonna go curl up and fall asleep.
Jiri asleep, Toby asleep.
Days.
What'd you say about Rome?
I said Rome will meditate with her reliquary.
Okay. Roulette falls asleep. Toby's asleep. Jiri eventually goes to sleep. Telperion, Roulette is still working over in the corner. Is there anything you want to do with your time?
I think that I would be taking. I don't even know the last time we rested. Was it in the woods?
It was likely in the woods near Karamethrin when you
they were still, like,
left therefore to journey here.
Okay. I'm absolutely just pacing for a while, and I'm gonna just walk around the warehouse. I'm gonna just like be appreciating the plants. I'm very much trying to, in my own head, work out what we've been tasked to do with next, and what I'm about to have to go do potentially. So I'm kind of restless. And then I do remember relatively recently when we were in the woods, we had that interaction with the Moby who erupted out of Jiri. So after I kind of get nowhere contemplating the elvish problem we are about to have, I want to, where's Jiri sleeping?
He's gonna go find a little corner, like right here.
I'm gonna sit down next to him, and Roulette's busy working, right?
Roulette is probably very engrossed in her work, and the rest are asleep or meditating.
All right, I'm gonna sit down there. Kind of you would see him hesitating for a moment, wondering if this is what he should be doing, and knowing he's lucky Roulette's distracted since she doesn't like this kind of thing. And then I will cast Detect Thoughts on sleeping Jiri. Jiri.
So before we get into this too deep,
yeah,
Jiri, are there any surface level thoughts that Telperion would immediately gain by just peeking into Jiri's head before we go a little further?
Stronger than Telperion. Stronger than Telperion.
Yeah, there's some of that, but I think Jiri has been thinking about Child Moby, that little boy that he was hanging out with when he first met him at the gates of Fours Hollow, like many months ago. He's imagining or wondering, like, where is he? Like, I hope he's doing all right. Jiri's imagining that he's probably like grown up now and he's got a wife and kids and has his own farm and is like, doing well for himself, and that's kind of like the surface level thoughts that pervade Jiri's mind right now.
I brush past that with irritation and try to push deeper.
As you try and push deeper past these silly thoughts he's having of a child that has had an entire life arc in 2 months, since you last saw Moby, you try and push deeper. You definitely feel a sense of resistance, but let me ask you, Jiri, would Jiri automatically fail his wisdom save when he's unconscious?
Yeah, I think yes. I think he's gotten used to. This isn't the first time that like Telperion's been in his mind, so.
Okay.
His guard is no longer up.
Okay.
Yes. What do I do?
So as you push into Jiri's mind,
Yep.
you push past the initial resistance, and it's almost like your vision is opening up past like a storm cloud, and you do see flashes of light: blue, purple, indigo, gold, orange, auburn, various flashes of what seem like lightning. And then you go down further from that and you see dark liquid in every direction, and in the middle of it, Jiri standing. And I'll give us a little bit of a backdrop here. And Tim, I'm going to let you kind of take it from here. What does Telperion start to see as he's looking in on Jiri's sleeping thoughts?
Yeah, so just to describe slightly more, like above you is like this kind of like fractal like pattern of like glass that stretches in all directions, and you can see that there are like huge sections of it missing. The water below you is just a flat plane of obsidian that stretches in all directions. There's like an inch of water sitting on the surface. And speckled here and there in the water are small sections of the neural network from above. Not enough to like make up all the gaps that are above you, but just here and there speckled along the water, and they're just sitting there motionless. Last time you were here, there was a big storm kind of raging in Jiri's mind. Lightning was flashing, it was raining, the water was swirling in a whirlpool, but all is calm now. And all these little sections of neural network are motionless besides one. One is being moved through the water, pushed by Jiri. He's kind of like really struggling to move this 5x5 section of neural network.
Do I physically land there? Am I manifested here?
I truly don't quite recall the previous way I had intended this to be, and I may have mistakenly set a precedent, but I would say you are probably not materially there. You are just an invisible point of view zooming around an area.
And I can't.
But you see Jiri far below struggling to push something in the water. You probably can. You might be able to affect him through Telperion's audible whispers into the subconscious mind of a sleeping person, but you are not able to audibly have a true dialogue with him. Probably.
You can move in here too, right? Like he can like move and like zoom in, I guess.
Yeah, the Telperion mind camera zooms in to see what he's pushing or paddling.
Yeah, what is he pushing?
He's pushing a section of this net of a structure that's above him, like a tiny little piece of it. And he's like puffing and puffing. And you see next to him appear Shadow Moby, like this figure that is kind of made out of steam. And he's much more visible in this realm because it's so dark. And you can kind of see that he like trails from Jiri like a shadow almost, like coming off of, extending from Jiri himself. And Jiri turns to Shadow Moby and he says,
"Oh, Shadow Moby, this is really heavy. I wish Telperion was here. We could use his big muscles to help us push this. It's gotta be really important. I'm sure it belongs somewhere."
And he's like looking up.
"It's gotta belong somewhere up here. I think it's from my childhood. Must be really important. We gotta find the right spot."
Moby just kind of drifts there like steam, regarding Jiri and seemingly acknowledging his words, but not speaking back.
"Oh, Shadow Moby, you know what we should do? We should remember this memory. That way we know it goes in the right place.
Yes.
Moby kind of like peers down at what you're pushing.
Come on,
And
let's
I
go.
imagine if Telperion zooms in to see what they're looking at, go for it, Tim.
Oh, I was gonna say, Telperion, I want you to make an intelligence check.
Oh my god.
Yes.
And this, I'll say, well, hold on. Before you do, there might be modifiers. How much of Jiri's, you know, the book that he picks up, how much of that have you read? Like none, maybe just like a little bit of it, or like the whole thing?
So, as an elf who trances and has a lot of free time, I've at least looked at the first, like I've looked at a quarter of it, I would say. And like, the first time I picked it up, I'd be like, this is garbage. And then I would definitely be like, but it's the only garbage I have to read that's new. So I wouldn't be totally a novice in what it says. I don't think I've finished it.
And then the second question I have for you is, so I'm sure you've spent a lot of time listening to Jiri because we've been traveling for a really long time. Like, how well do you pay attention to him, like talking about stories and his past? Does it kind of just like go over your mind? Do you like listen to tidbits? Are you like jotting down notes? Like, what level of like attention would you say, Telperion?
A lot better attention since Jax. And Telperion has a private game with himself where he tries to spot the inconsistencies, or he sees where the things don't line up, because he knows Jiri really well at this point to know there's never a time when all of it lines up. So he tries to find the fallacies.
Interesting. All right, Chris, can I give Telperion?
Absolutely, yeah. Set your own DC. Tell him what you think is reasonable for that description. Yeah.
All right, I'll give you advantage on your intelligence check.
All right. So intelligence for me is just +3. Is it an ability check?
Yeah.
Okay. I rolled a 15, so 18 to start. I rolled another I rolled 13, so 18.
Okay. So I'll say that this is not going to change like the memory. It's going to affect your like interpretation of it, right?
Okay.
Like being able to peer beyond this memory to see, kind of like peeling back the curtains, so to speak. So you have this sense of like falling, spiraling, zooming in as you're pulled into this memory, and darkness obscures your vision, and you kind of see a flat black surface. And with your high intelligence, you're able to kind of pull yourself consciously away from this black, like flat surface that you're looking at, and you realize that as you pull yourself backwards and peek behind the curtain, it's a page in a book, and there are two hands holding this book, and the hands aren't blue, they're red. And that's kind of all you see before you're pulled back to the focal point of this memory, this static, just flat page, right? And white text begins to appear on the page. The font is very angular. It kind of like grows or like creeps across the page as it appears. It is Orin, primordial, it's Orin, so a language you're familiar with. And the words say, and so, Jiri, Jarl of Jawland, was brought before the Sunshine Throne at the top of the cloud castle of Jaw. There, his father, Jah Adras, king of Jawland, held court and dispensed his judgment. And then whatever in Orin is like the quotes, you know what I mean? They appear, and it says, Jiri, my son, for your crimes of general mischief, crude language, embezzlement, and grand theft chariot, I hereby sentence you to banishment from the kingdom of Jawland. I revoke your title as Jarl, and I rescind your royal galactic enchantments and sortileges. You will serve as ward for the 4 orbiting kingdoms of Jawland. Only once you have learned your lesson may you return and reclaim your birthright. Now, guards, take him away before my son can use his gilded tongue to persuade me otherwise. And end quotes. and below this like text, a picture appears. And I want you to imagine it kind of like a GIF, but more like the pictures in the Harry Potter, or like the Critical Role. You know how the music cover is like, it's very 2D, but it like moves a little.
Mm-hmm.
That's the kind of like image that appears. And you see like a cloud castle. It is, got a very distinctive puffy kind of architecture, but it's made out of clouds. And you see on top there's a courtyard, and there's 99 golden steps that lead up to a golden throne. Behind this throne is an orb that like sits there in the sky, maybe like 10 by 10. And it looks like a sun in the sky, but it's like right behind the throne, and it seems to shine light across this scene that you're seeing on this picture. And it's so bright that it seems to shine sunlight all across all of Jaland. Besides the throne is floating a djinn, a mighty djinn, same colored skin as Jiri, curly tail, crown, big puffy square beard, and 4 arms. 2 of them are crossed like this. One is stroking his chin, and the 4th one is pointing down the stairs at the base of it in judgment. And there you see a small, maybe 8-year-old young Jiri. And he is dressed very different than you're used. He's dressed in silks. He's got golden bracelets up his arms, golden shoes that look like fiddleheads at the end. His hair is like dyed, like frosted tip periwinkle. His nails, he's got, dyed, painted fingernails and pearls around his neck. He's really looking princely. You would think that this is the height of youth fashion in Jaland. But his head is bowed in shame. And that's where kind of this image disappears, and a page in this book kind of turns. And I don't know. I don't know. I did a lot of talking. Do we want to keep going, or like intermission?
I would also say,
Intermission.
Telperion, can you remind me the duration of Detect Thoughts? 1 minute. So I will say after he gets that, because obviously you were descriptive in your language, but Telperion could have all understood that within the minute of this happening. So I do think, unfortunately, as the page turns, 1 minute has elapsed and Telperion's pulled back rapidly out of that scene on the page, out of Jiri pushing this piece in the water, past the storm cloud that once more begins to spark and flash a little bit, though not as violent as it once did. And you are pulled back into your actual senses, back with your friends.
Grand Theft Chariot is a wonderful thing.
To himself, Telperion says, "Was the book a metaphor? Would Jiri have picked a book as a metaphor if he had the ability? I need to read a sane person's mind next time to contrast this." And I
over the corner, Rolette's talking to herself.
Yeah, so the 2 of us are sitting there talking to ourselves. I honestly go jot a little bit of it down on the back of a piece of paper, just like take a couple notes, because that was extremely weird. And I'm not going to bother Rolette, and I don't have anyone to talk to about it. So I guess I'm just going to go rest and just think about. I'm going to take refuge in thinking about how weird this is and how it distracts me from, it's like, it was literally like watching TV. So like, oh, you know what I will do though? I'm going to take his book. Can I reach in his bag to take his book?
Sure. You can probably get that pretty quickly.
And I want to rifle through and see if I find that scene in the book.
Ooh.
No, there's no pictures in this book, I don't believe.
Yeah.
No.
Well, just like the description of
you may have to investigate it a bit further to find language about that, but I would say, just as a quick reference, the book Jiri has is more fantasy fiction,
okay,
rather than, as opposed to that page of that book being a little more young adult-ish, just as a general comparison level. The one you have physical access to is certainly more adult based. You can make an investigation check to quickly flip through and see if you can get any information of the Golden Throne and stuff like that.
20.
20. Jiri, does he find any information in the physical book about the details that were
Yeah,
contained
the
within that?
details are there, but it's like Chris was saying, it's a novel, right? So like the details are spread out across many pages, so it probably takes you a long time to like fit here and there together. This seemed like a very condensed version of aspects of that story.
So on the back, I'm gonna like go to the back cover and I'm gonna write yesterday's date, and I'm gonna write Moby discussion, and then I'm gonna
As a reference for myself, what date do you write?
I'm so good at the dates. I would
Just because you guys just don't know what date it is the point.
I'll write third day in the Fae, I guess.
Okay.
But then I'll write the day it was last when we were in the
Okay, so you put both of those. Got it.
Yeah.
Cool.
And then I will write a couple scratched notes about what I just saw.
Okay. You're able to do so within the last page of the book, so that if Jiri has this back in his possession, he could stumble upon those notes you took. Okay.
But I'm not giving it back, so.
Got it. So that is in your inventory now.
Yeah. And then I will rest.
Okay. Then you set up your trance. Roulette probably finally goes to bed. You guys are all able to establish watches however you want. I'm not going to make you guys roll for it or set up an order, but as Tobirama had mentioned, he was perhaps interested in taking his last. But before we get to that, Tobirama.
The dream music.
Yes. You have slept peacefully thus far. The endless black expanse, just almost like subconsciously knowing there's silver mist drifting around your body and out into the distance where you lose sight of it. And over the duration of your 6 hours of sleep, you swear you hear a faint voice calling out to you. Balance bringer. And then it's quiet for an hour. Then again, Balance bringer. Calling out, but barely audible. And then finally, you can make sense of the words after several hours of sleep. It still sounds faint, but more audible this time. And seems to clearly be coming from that Deva messenger of Kelemvor, though far more distant than usual. And he calls out, Balance bringer. My guidance struggles to find you where you currently reside. We have much to discuss when you return. Until then, continue to wield the Eternal Judge's divine judgment wherever you walk. And should you find yourself surrounded by darkness and despair, do not be afraid to reach out to your allies for aid. And you see forming from the mist in front of you a loosely humanoid form, just slowly swirling like a spirit formed from mist, just becoming visible. And its form is fluid. For a moment, you swear it took the shape of Gallus, but then it sprouted wings and suddenly looks like Kinsalo. Then takes on the silhouette of Roulette, Telperion, Jiri, Rome, even Aeolas. All the while slowly walking towards you, holding a familiar gray candle in its arms. And it reaches out towards you, presenting it.
I will receive it and take it.
The moment Your hands make contact with the candle. You wake up.
And like if somehow someone's awake or willing to hear it, like the word, like I jump to consciousness saying, "How do I know?"
So as soon as you wake up and say, "How do I know?" you find yourself leaning on your side with your pack and gear right at your side just as you left it, except it seems to have tipped over. Maybe when Roulette was putting the candle back, she knocked it over or otherwise, but among its scattered contents, your candle of anti-light rests just under the grasp of your index and ring finger. And you can evaluate in your character sheet the slightly modified candle of anti-light, which is your belated birthday D&D gift that I should have given you a month ago, but we didn't have a great spot to.
Alex, when's your birthday?
My birthday? March
Yep.
18th.
March
We got a while to wait for that one.
When he has, as long as they're both.
Very minorly modified, but certainly valuable modifications. And you notice the length of it seems unburned, unmelted. None of its time duration expent. But you wake up and call out, "How do I know?" And you find yourself as whoever was the most recent watch participant is literally walking over to you and looks at you with confusion as you yell that out. But you are woken from your watch and able to complete your watch successfully. And everyone, unless there's any other minor business to conclude, everyone can complete a full long rest in their D&D Beyond.
I will just try and wake Jiri before I start rousing other people or they start rousing themselves.
Okay. You can certainly make Jiri your priority.
What's up?
How you feeling? Feeling like yourself? Any polar bear attributes?
I don't know. Do I look more like a polar bear? Maybe I'm stronger. Maybe I should arm wrestle.
You kind of already had a similar coloration, but is there anything of note?
Go ahead and make a, I would say this is investigation check because it's kind of careful analysis rather than quick glances. Nothing flags your passive perception. But no, kind of looking over him, and he's a heavily clothed individual. You don't see any like sprouts of additional white hair. Tobirama, you don't notice anything, but Jiri, from within, you definitely feel like your heart rate is almost elevated in a sense of like urgency, but you don't feel bad. You actually feel kind of strong, good.
Toby, I feel like I've never been stronger. I think it's a good sign. I think this is all gonna work out. I think Insala's right. Not everything's a curse.
Okay.
Some things are blessings.
Okay. In that vein, I think it is only right that you share what you think is happening with the rest of the group, because I don't know.
As you guys are
that's a big step for you, Jiri.
As you guys are discussing this, and you guys can continue the conversation, I just want to also ask Jiri, as you went to sleep and were contemplating this blessing and waking up with it, and you feel this sensation with you, and you have a little bolstered strength within, are you in this mindset choosing to embrace or ward off and reject the touch of lycanthropy?
At this point, he's embracing it, yes.
And it will be probably a day-by-day thing that is a constant battle in your mind, but in this moment, you are considering embracing it.
Can he like withhold that decision until he talks to his friends first? Like make a conscious effort to...
The blood flowing within you does not wait for any decision to be made. It is just going to be an ongoing effort of whether to resist its touch or embrace its touch. So in this moment, as Tobirama is warning you, hey, we should talk through this first, you are probably innately, subconsciously even making a decision already of, are you allowing it to flow through you? Are you trying to grit your teeth, steel your stomach, and resist its feel?
Sure. An image of Jiri beating Telperion in arm wrestle flashes through his mind, and he embraces it.
Okay, so for at least day one, you're considering embracing it. No permanent decisions have been made. This is just an ongoing thing that we'll continue to address. But understood. So you
Toby,
do feel that sense of bolstered strength.
Toby, will you help me tell everybody? You've got a really good way with words.
Of course.
Telperion wakes up.
You snap out of your trance. Everyone hearing this conversation taking place, it probably rouses a couple people from sleep. So I say everyone's probably able to wake up for the morning or whatever time it is.
Peer around.
All right, everybody, gather around. Toby's got something important to say.
I'll as Jerry's calling, everyone is has Aeolas returned? Do we think we're still within the time
Aeolas
frame?
does not seem to be returned yet. Not sure if that causes anyone stress or anxiety, if he's going to return, if you have that level of trust in that individual. But at least for now, you still have not been assaulted by creatures or enemies in this space. So you have a moment to yourself as a group before waiting longer.
Could I ask a side question about detect thoughts? Would Jiri have been conscious of the fact that Telperion was doing that to him, or is there any sort of lasting impact from an invasion of thoughts, or is it completely undetected by the person that it's happening to?
That's a good question. Because he was asleep, I'm tempted to lean in the direction of Jiri didn't know. But if you're interested and want to roll a wisdom save, you could have still automatically failed the save for Telperion probing deeper. But if you roll high enough on Wiz save, you might have at least been able to sense a presence there. That probably beats Telperion's DC. So I will say you probably do get a sense that there might have been another viewer for what you were doing last night.
Gotcha. Telperion, I had a dream about my childhood, and you were there. It was kind of weird. I don't know why you would be in my childhood. Very strange.
Oh, I was reading your mind and I saw your dream.
Oh, wow. I'm sure it was a good dream.
Yeah, it was about your childhood, like you said. Do you remember all of it?
Yeah, I had a good childhood.
Oh, no, I don't think you did. You were being banished by your father in your dream, and you had your nails done with jewels on them. It looks very uncomfortable.
That was the style of the days.
How did you hold a sword like that?
Puffy clothes. What was that?
How did you hold a sword like that?
But that was before I started fighting with a sword.
Oh. Yes. So wait, so you remember that now, though?
Oh, yeah. I got banished from my dad. I was being mischievous. Yeah.
Grand Theft Chariot?
Yeah. Good story. I'll have to tell you it sometime.
You actually couldn't remember it when you were dreaming, I think. Maybe. I think it was Did you know this memory yesterday? Or did you
I completely forgot about it.
Oh. You're getting better then, somehow.
Maybe.
You and Shadow Moby were trying to remember that. And now you remember it.
There's way more to that story, though. You'll have to check out my dreams maybe another time. Maybe I'll keep dreaming about it.
It was a good distraction, and you're the only person who's given me permission to read their dreams. So, although I will say, at some point, I do want to read someone else's dream just to understand how messed up Jiri's brain is, by contrast, if anyone's down for that. But we can get to that later.
You should read Realm's Brain.
I was going to say, if you have a habit of dream walking, you are more than welcome to walk my dreams.
Oh, I thought maybe someone a little easier, but who hasn't been in the chamber for and also has memory issues. But maybe this is a good challenge for me. This is yes. Let's talk about this next time we're resting and people start dreaming again. Goodbye.
But still on the topic of our good friend Jiri here, while things were still a little spicy with Aeolas yesterday, we'll call it.
I thought spicy was a food thing.
Spoken like a true Gen Z party member.
Hyperion's very confused.
I don't know if any of you caught, but Jiri got bit by Aeolas.
Gonzalo just nods his head, understanding, almost approvingly that you're discussing this with the group.
Wait, does this mean Jerry would be stronger than me?
Yes.
Oh, Toby, fix it.
Well, I'd say that's an underlying effect of what might happen, but Jiri, this is your choice to make, but it seems he's been blessed with some semblance of lycanthropy. Did I say that right, Gonzalo?
Yep.
Basically, I would be the strongest party member, but the downside is I might go on a murderous rampage once a month. Pros and cons. I think the pros outweigh the cons. What do you guys think?
I don't see a pro.
If you're open to hearing our thoughts, I think this is a bad idea. I think this could be handled better in a more controlled environment.
I will say, just in the vein of trying to color Jerry's perception of lycanthropy as a blessing and not a curse, there can be ways to keep it in control in some way. It is true that if Toby is able to restore Jerry to his true self and remove that affliction from his blood, then all is well. Jerry is as he was. But right now, the curse or blessing may be running through Jerry's veins, and if Jerry resists it over time, nothing will happen to him until the light of the full moon every month, of Selenix specifically, at which point the affliction will become so volatile that it will force its way out. It will change Jerry's physiology for about half a day, 12 hours or so, and he will lose control, likely give in to feral and violent instincts and cause havoc. Otherwise, he can try and embrace it, and he will see a few benefits from the affliction. He'll be able to trigger it in between bouts of rest. He can take on the form that you've seen Aeolas take form, although I don't know how it may have affected Eladrin differently in some ways. There will be benefits, but cons would be that if he is in a state of being fairly injured, every hit he takes will trigger a potential for that instinct to be released for a shorter duration, but he could turn on allies, friends for a moment in his enhanced form. There are ways known in lycanthropic circles back home. Although potion making cannot rid one of that, as far as we know, of Lycan's touch, it can aid your ability to keep a lid on it. And should you sequester yourself in isolation for once a month, that has proven very effective. People allow themselves to be locked up or otherwise kept to their own devices without the threat of running into a nearby town and hurting people or turning on your allies in your sleep, etc. Just thought I'd throw it out there so that all the variables are on the table. It will require maintenance, but it could prove a boon in certain situations, but it is undoubtedly a risk as well.
Jerry, in the whole world, what's the most dangerous animal or beast?
Ooh, storm clouds, then curses, then rats, then wolves.
Okay, so he's not someone who should be allowed to make these decisions, right? Like, he said storm clouds were the most dangerous animal, and curses.
Yeah, I mean,
So maybe
I'm not wrong.
This is a decision that affects all of us. He's allowed to choose whatever he wants, but we have a right to have a say in the matter.
we've already watched him. We watched him die once, right? Do we want like like he's been knocked out many times? So wouldn't that be a high? Like we put ourselves in danger a lot.
I mean, if this change makes him stronger and
Oh, that's the worst part.
at less risk of falling, I don't know. As someone going through changes, unbeknownst and uncontrolled by her, given a choice, given a chance to make the active decision to embrace whatever this new thing is, knowing full well implications, complications, and consequences of what you're doing. My vote is to let Jiri decide. I don't know. We've encountered worse things than a grumpy Genasi polar bear, but I don't know. It happened to Jiri, and I do think we as a team, as a group, as a cohort, we face those consequences together. But I'd say Jiri's decision.
I tend to agree. This may be Jiri's path. And if he were to enter a murderous rage as a polar bear, I could always transform and attempt to soothe him as a polar bear. Should I not?
Here's the thing, Talberion. So, like, let's say it only happens during a full moon, right? Selenix. What if we removed the moon, got rid of it? That could be a solution.
And we're all saying we trust Jiri's.
Could be good. Could be good.
Could be good.
We're in a period of ideation. Jiri, that means we're thinking of ideas. Jiri, I don't think we could remove the moon, but that's a good. Maybe there is something in lycanthropic information that says maybe if we get you far enough away from the surface or something, maybe we get you away from the full exposure of the moon. Maybe it'll lessen the effects or something. I think regardless of the quality of that idea that Jiri just kind of threw out there, I think it shows that Jiri's open to thinking of ways to lessen the consequences of whatever he's trying to go for.
Couldn't Toby right now, with the snap of his magic fingers, take this problem out of the ether here?
It is. I am fully confident, Jiri, that I could make this so you don't have to make a decision, but I don't think I have that right to impose that upon you.
I'm certainly not one to throw my hat in the ring here and urge you one way or the other, because lycanthropy has no negative connotations in my mind. I will also say, though, that it wouldn't possibly be polar bear, a strain of it, but there are many people in our cultures and across Chimeras in general that might be willing to bless you with their touch in the future. If you would rather remove it now and pursue it down the line in a different strain, you could essentially have your pick, depending on if that individual's amenable to blessing you with it.
What would be, Jiri, what would be your favorite were creature to be, assuming that all variants allow you to be stronger than Telperion?
Well, that's my original thought was I'd become a wolf. That way I can get over my fear of wolves.
Jiri, if you remember from past skirmishes, some of those lycans had wings. Some of those lycanthropes could fly.
Yeah, but I can fly already.
Yeah.
Fly twice as far, twice as fast.
Could enhance your flying.
I'm just saying, there's no moon in Jawland, so I wouldn't have to worry about it there. Like, the only downside is if we're on the material plane.
Okay. So, yeah.
We spend most of our time there on the material plane.
So, this is...
For now.
Here's my thought, Jiri. I remove this from you right now, but once we have the means and are able to go reclaim your homeland and your throne, we pop by Chimeras and maybe give you a little wolf blood.
Hey, maybe the Beast King himself will let you turn into a lion. If you earn his favor enough.
I don't know. I feel like here's my idea. I think we let it happen and see what goes wrong. And if the first murderous rampage I go on, we remove it.
What if I just kill you if you go on a murderous rampage? That solves that problem.
I also feel less and less confident about removing it the further and further it progresses.
Toby, I believe you can do anything.
My thought is this: if the chips are down and we're struggling and we're all taking hits, isn't the last thing we want for you to then go on a murderous rampage mid-combat?
Maybe that's exactly what we want to happen.
But you would attack us indiscriminately.
Yeah, but I'd kill all the bad guys.
Unless the enemies are nearer.
And us, though.
You guys could run away and then I could just kill everything.
Wouldn't you feel so bad?
Do all the fighting anyways.
Imagine looking at Toby's dead body and you did it. Wouldn't you feel terrible?
I'd just give him a health potion.
Well, he'd be dead, and he's the only one of us that could probably bring someone back from the dead.
I just don't think I'd kill Toby.
Okay.
I don't know. You guys, there's a lot of ideas going around. I think we should just sit and wait and keep thinking about it.
I mean, we can also.
This is where I pivot back to you, Consolo. Do you know, is this a week? Is this 2 days? Is this 3 weeks?
It depends a little bit. I know famously Selenix's pattern in the sky in the Feywild is absolutely chaotic. It doesn't progress in a normal waning and waxing of a moon. It just appears in different images in the sky sporadically, and there's no way to truly track it. What matters a little bit more is when we return to our home plane, the presence of a full moon can expedite the process. Normally, I've seen they teach us that, for most lichens, now I don't know about Genasi and Eldrin and how that affects physiology, but normally, in theory, if you're affected or infected on a new moon where the moon is not visible in the sky, by the next full moon, 1 month from then, the curse or blessing will have taken its full effect in your physiology, and you would, if you chose to reject the curse, you would automatically lose control of yourself at that full moon. If the full moon is sooner rather than later, that could expedite the procedure of how your physiology develops. And certainly, should you choose to embrace its blessing, you have more and more chance to control it day by day, knowing that the risk falls not once a month automatically, but with a chance of you resisting its pull day by day when you take too much injury. So it depends. When we get home, first thing I'll be looking at is what's the moon doing?
Okay, so let's all agree we're gonna go home, look at the moon, and then make a decision then.
Risks aside, I think that is reasonable. However, Tobirama, it will possibly put pressure on you to competently wield your magic should we get in a spot where Jiri does not want the blessing in his blood anymore.
No, we can do it. I believe in him.
All right. No action for now.
Mm-hmm.
You're welcome to also talk with others back home that are more versed in its complications than I, but those are the basics. I'm going to need a vote of consent that everyone's on the same page here. Telperion?
Oh, I think we should get rid of it now, but I'm not ruled, so it doesn't really matter.
Very well. He kind of puts his arm around your shoulder and is like, it'll be all right.
Until he swipes
Oh.
that all of us.
We'll all deal with it together.
I'm having Jack's flashbacks and remembering Jiri absconding for a month or however long. So Telperion is going crazy, thinking that no one's remembering that too.
Perfect. Okay. Well, as you guys all wake up, have these conversations this morning, you also hear at the end of this conversation a voice from the side go, "My vote is to keep it. You will find its benefits far outweigh the disadvantages." As Aeolas returns, pushing his way past a red fern, and a false back panel of glass where he had exited previously. If my vote counts for anything, of course.
Party members only, I'm afraid.
Very well, fair enough. Speaking of which, for your party, and he reaches into a satchel, most of my more powerful reagents and capabilities I will be keeping for myself, but as an offering of trust between us to venture into Kaer Methrin, you may find these valuable in the conflict I suspect is to come. And he sets out a small cloth and lays them out onto the ground. 2 potions of healing and 2 glass spheres that have like a bubbling yellow vapor within them.
What does the bubbling one do?
Those are, let's call them vapor bombs. And you guys can look them up in D&D Beyond and decide there are 2 of them who gets which one. But he will go on to say that this is a tactic we use to harmlessly wrangle in certain creatures we find in the Feywild. The gas is a highly paralytic toxin, very carefully harvested from a Jabberwock and aerosolized. It is very potent and difficult to obtain, even harder to change into vapor form. The trick is you need to hit an individual with this, and most of you are not, I imagine, proficient with the use of such an improvised device. But should you hit an individual with it and it crashes into their form, they will take some damage from the blow of the glass, but more importantly, the gas vapor will affect their nervous system. Very high likelihood of stunning, and if they are not able to resist its pull, possible chance of paralysis. Again, very difficult to resist should you hit an individual. If you miss, the fragile casing will sail past their body, or even if it were to impact the ground at their feet, the vapor would not be able to retain its potent density. It would disperse too quickly to affect their form. Should it hit, it could render an Eladrin paralyzed or stunned.
Alfie, cover your ears. I don't mean to offer up Alfie as kind of a sacrificial friend here, but if we give one of those to Alfie, he doesn't need to throw it. He can just roll up to one of those elves and just punch it at them. Alfie might get stunned for a round, but I can build him back. I can build him better, and I'd rather have kind of a guaranteed hit on one of these things than, you know, Aeolas. These seem incredibly useful, and I think I want to make sure we don't miss.
That is the difficult part. It's easier when I have several scouts restraining a creature, and one of us can get a better shot at it. We're more likely for it to hit, and almost most of the time guaranteed for it to take some effect. Again, I don't know that any of you are used to hurling such fragile spherical weapons, so it would rely entirely on your strength or dexterity, whatever you rely on.
I'll like telekinetically pull into myself.
you are able to float it up to yourself.
I might have an easier time putting this on someone with my abilities. Maybe we could give the other to Alfie.
I like that, and I could use a potion of healing if that's all right.
Toby, what's in the ring right now? Just an elixir of health?
Elixir of health, superior healing, potion of climbing.
Oh, all three. Okay.
That's right, because the superior healing was used in the pretend battles, not real life. Yes.
I think I have a single potion of healing on me. That's all I'll need.
Alfie, as a general reminder, this is the potion pocket in Alfie's butt. And I will point out to everyone so they know what panel to press to get the potion out of Alfie. I guess, yeah, so anyone else want dibs on that? If it's okay with everyone, I'd like to put one of those sphere things inside Alfie, and then if no one wants the other potion, I can definitely take it.
I don't need it.
Jiri, do you have any?
Does Rome have one?
Jiri or Rome, did you want to hang on to one of these potions, this other potion of healing?
I got one.
Is there any left, or you just have one?
No, you
Rome,
can take
Rome, you take. Yeah, Rome, you take this one.
Speaking of which, I was thinking about something, Toby. Since Rome's joined us recently, hasn't had as much chance to get stacked with magical items. Is your circlet in use? It's in your bag, right?
Yeah, I'm wearing it, and I'll be like, oh yeah, I forgot I was wearing that every day.
Oh, are you actively using the ability?
Very much not. So yeah, if anyone else needs to focus on their spells better.
I think Rome's been focusing on a lot of spells, so maybe she could benefit from that.
Sure.
Sure. So, yeah, if Toby's willing to give it, then Rome, you can add the focus circlet to your inventory in D&D Beyond.
Focus?
And should you attune to that, it gives you a couple concentration benefits.
Or like, I have.
I'm gonna let Toby put it on my head.
I'll like first hold it out for you to grab it, and then you're just like, I imagine just like present your head. And like, yeah, there you go.
And like little twigs and like vines and roots kind of like anchor it in place on my head.
Very cool.
Thank you.
All right, so we have quite a bit of a journey ahead of us. Though I suspect you will find our pace will be heightened by my guidance. I want you all to stick very close to me. I will likely be trying to move fast, and I will make you aware of any threats and vines and creatures we need to avoid, but my hope is that we can make good pace toward Kaer Methrin. Are you all prepared to set out?
At once.
Okay.
I have one question. Before we get the ALS, are you willing to fight with your sister to the death here?
I believe I mentioned this before we parted ways briefly. How much do you know of the Eladrin? Our appearance, the emotions that take root in our souls?
I know some. My party members likely know less.
The parting of ways between me and my sister have permanently affected my spirit. That is why my appearance looks the way it does. Sorrow is by far and large the priority emotion that I find ails me day by day. I imagine hers is the same. Even if she harbors resentment and anger, I imagine she is sorrowful to lose me as her close connection. I will not be the first aggressor in our interactions with them, but I suspect that my sister's resentment and xenophobia toward me at this time in our relationship will outweigh her urge to work toward understanding. And should she take the first strike or any of you engage in conflict, I will not hesitate to engage my sister in combat. Perhaps she is likely more competent than the rest of her advisors and soldiers. I could even engage her in a way that allows you time to deal with the rest first. I have thought about this for decades and decades and decades. I have made my peace with the need to slay my sister should it unfold in that way. It will break me to do so, but I am already broken.
How long will it take to activate the portal? Because we can't do it without you, so we can't just leave you locked in combat with your sister and try to break through ourselves.
I admit I am not intimately aware with the requirements of the portal in this moment. It has been perhaps almost 100 years since I have left my sister and those of Kaer Methrin. However, as an elven kin, you must be aware of the powers of our trancing capabilities. Should I be allowed to trance for 4 hours, I should be able to recall with exact detail the requirements I once learned for its activation, and it will, I suspect, take at least an hour to perform. This is not something we can do in the midst of conflict. That we will have to remove threats and allow me time.
So
which goes along with saying that should this alliance prove more than tenuous, I am counting on all of you to help keep me alive if you want the portal activated.
And we need to fully occupy Kaer Methrin, which means knocking out, disposing of, either temporarily or permanently, the residents there. Or some kind of peaceful solution, which likely won't happen.
Yes, I am certainly pessimistic at when it comes to evaluating a peaceful way of resolving this conflict. However, you bring up an interesting point. I hadn't thought as far as strategy as of yet, but my sister will inevitably hold 5, 6, 7 retainers at her side, but there are often 4 or 5 scouts that survey and patrol a fairly wide range around Kaer Methrin. And we have long tried to avoid that boundary when we can. The Eladrin, we all have blessings of the Fae that exude from us in an aura, and threaten to enchant or fear or otherwise non-Eladrin creatures. But should you push past those capabilities, you gain an understanding of them in a way that makes you immune to their effects for a time. As an Eladrin touched by lycanthropy, I am unique in that I have access to 2 of these capabilities. My sorrowful presence and my fearsome presence. I could exude these upon you all and allow you to try and acclimate to their capabilities. You would then gain immunity, I imagine, to the fearsome presence of the Summer Eladrin, the sorrowful presence of my sister, but there is still the enchanting presence of the Autumn Eladrin that could prove threatening, and you may have to think of a way to push past their enchantment. However, of note, in this state of being, my Eladrin self, I can easily help you gain immunity to my sister's sorrowful presence. I can only exude my fearsome presence when I take to my bear form, which I can only do once per short rest. You will essentially be ridding me, should you choose immunity to sorrowful presence or fearsome presence, you will effectively be ridding me of the capability of engaging in combat in that enhanced form. So perhaps food for thought as we proceed in our journeys this day. But I suspect I can help you gain immunity to my sister's presence. But do you want immunity to fear? I can help that at the cost of removing the ability to transform in combat against the elves.
I think I can help us with shoving off these effects. And if I'm correct in my thought on that, I would like to not take away something that is extremely useful on your behalf.
Very well. Well, perhaps we can continue to discuss along our journey, but I will likely, depending on how quickly our journey proceeds, I will slow our pace and help you all prepare however we need to before we come into the patrolling area surveyed by their people. We will have a moment to prepare ourselves before we journey into them. Perhaps it could even be beneficial to engage some of the patrolling scouts, succumb ourselves to the Autumn Eldrin's enchanting presence in a way to gain immunity before pressing onward to Caer Methrindine's cathedral. There may be opportunities there, but I will let you all advise me on how you prefer to proceed. But at the very least, let us be on your way.
Yes.
Gather your belongings and let us journey outside. And so he will open the false glass panel in the subterranean terrarium. And you all are able to make your way through a long, densely packed earth tunnel that eventually goes up suddenly. And should you all pull yourselves up across this ledge, you emerge from the root of a large tree behind the old abandoned chapel, a tree you all would have seen in your survey of the place, but not have inspected closely enough to have seen this hidden entrance. But you all come out above world at the chapel, and otherwise are welcome to begin making your way into the Sapphire Wood toward Caer Methrindine. I think that might be a good spot for us to take a bio break.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Cool. Meet you all back here in a bit.
Yeah.
Unmute. Steve, you are a literal genius. You solved it. You figured it out.
What happens?
It was the extension.
Yeah, so I don't know why that would have ever been checked unless it's very stupid. There's like a toggle that says like make all successful attacks critical. For some reason I don't know why it's a toggle there. It's meant to, I think it's meant to be used like if you're hitting incapacitated creature, like to auto crit on everything, but yeah.
Oh, weird. Huh.
Yeah, it's just weird to like be able to turn that on for whatever reason.
Yeah, like why would that even be a set? I don't know.
Yay!
Thank you.
Woohoo! Roulette did it.
Dude, I can't complain about rolls at all this session because I've rolled so well so far.
I have rolled only a natty 20.
Cheese stick. Oh, what do nat 20?
Like an investigation check to see if I could feel the lycanthropy stuff.
Oh, you rolled high though when I was reading your mind after the fact.
Did I roll? I don't even remember.
Yeah, see if you could remember that I was there.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Great RP combos, everyone. I thought that was a very fun first half of the sesh. Get back into character a bit.
Chris, you figured out the rolling issue.
That's amazing. How?
It was an extension. How did you figure it out? Did you were just looking around, or did you
I was just poking. So like in the actual like the what the hell is it called? The Beyond 20 extension, there's a toggle that says like make all attacks critical hits, and it's like this says this is useful for when you're melee attacking an incapacitated creature or something.
Oh, that is super interesting.
I think it's really
I didn't even
convenient.
know that I had a plugin.
Oh, I was just looking at what I had.
Yeah, everyone has to have that Beyond
Yeah.
20 extension for it to even communicate between D&D Beyond
Also
and
that.
Roll20. So yeah, but I didn't realize that was the settings within there would have been the thing.
And why that would have been like the default. It's weird.
True,
That
yeah.
it
Yeah, weird.
Crit, do you know that if I rolled attacks in D&D Beyond, do you think it would re-roll my 1s and 2s?
I think there might be a way to do that, but I don't know.
Because I have it set in D&D
Because
Beyond.
I do think there's a way to trigger it where it does, because we had a player who was like a fire sorcerer person, and he had elemental adept where it like changes all his 1s to 2s and stuff, and it would automatically calculate that in the damage roll. But even that's still a little different. That's just making all 1s count as 2s, which is a little different than procking a new reroll of those things. So I don't know. We'll have to probably look at it.
I mean, I like rolling in paper anyway, so.
Is the reroll an option?
Yes.
It says like reroll 1s and 2s.
Yeah, but the complicated thing is that it also rerolls my psychic damage from my sword, that D4, and then Crit and I have ruled that I can reroll my psionic die when I'm using my sword, and that definitely wouldn't have been roll 20. So I prefer the control of seeing it and making the decision, because yeah, that's true. Like,
if it's a choice, it's not going to do it.
Yeah.
Right. True that. Good point. Okay. Well, let's dive back in. As a point of housekeeping, Rome got a potion of healing. Roulette got a potion of healing.
No. Toby did.
Rome and Toby got potions of healing. Roulette / Alfie got a vapor bomb, and Telperion got a vapor bomb.
Yeah. And do I need to put the book in my inventory? I don't know what it's called.
Oh, you can make a custom item. We've never actually made it,
Okay.
unless Tim made an item in Jiri's inventory. I've never made a true item for that book. I would literally just make an item called a Monarch's Path, because that's what it's called.
Okay.
And specifically, the vapor bomb is inside of Alfie.
Yep.
Adjacent.
Retrievable by anyone for a free interaction, because you showed them where it is. Perfect. There's a stupid map in front of me. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. So let's go into a different song for Woods Travel. Actually, I like this one better for Feywild. God, stupid map. I can't get it.
He's unraveling.
I'm just gonna start slapping myself in the face soon. Okie dokie. So, with Aeolas's guidance, you begin making your way through the Sapphire Wood, now westward and a little bit northward, back toward the direction of Kaer Methrin. It only takes about an hour or so to make it once more to that river you guys had previously crossed, and I'm not going to make us go through another challenge to get across that. You guys will be able to slowly get across that with Aeolas's guidance, finding a section a little bit downstream where it's thinner, where you can jump across a couple rocks. You will find that with Aeolas's aid at your side in this travel, he's very well traveled through these woods, knows them very well, and your pace is expedited alongside him. I do want to do a thing. Aeolas will also say at some point to anyone that's willing to listen and just break the silence, try and enforce a little bit of camaraderie here. He'll state that you may find I know these woods better than perhaps even my sister. I suspect we should have no problem venturing throughout the day. I can avert several beasts' territories that would otherwise occupy us. It is a bit sad, actually, in this portion of the forest. It usually is bustling with dangerous life. Beautiful, though. But the Sapphire Woods' cerulean hue has turned darker in recent moon tides. I've long wondered if something in the prime material plane has altered the growth of these forests. It is exceedingly rare for the chaos of nature in your world to affect ours, but it is possible. Wait, hold for just a moment.
Yes.
You guys have been traveling for maybe 3-ish hours at this point. And I would like everyone to make a perception check as Aeolas holds out his hand, indicates for everyone to stop. And he's clearly tracking something audibly. Roulette does not hear it. Toby, Jiri.
I was about to ask a question.
Yeah. Rome and Telperion also do not hear it. Rome, perhaps it has still proven difficult to fully acclimate back into the world that you were once more familiar with, but with your memories damaged, you're not quite as quick at identifying some phenomena of flora and fauna. But Jiri and Toby, you do specifically pick up on a sound that you think Aeolas is indicating. You hear motion further off to the north, and it seems to be getting further away from you, like things journeying further to the north. So not coming in your direction. But something about it doesn't sound quite right. I will put on, I'll put it back in place. The cadence of these sounds almost sounds like a series of like quadrupedal beasts that might be like moving together in harmony, but that doesn't sound quite right. It almost sounds like branches and leaves and bustling brush rustling. There's a strange sound underneath it all too that you can barely pick out, almost like the squeaking of wet leather. And Aeolas says, "Unbelievable. I did not know Cordy sprites existed so far west. I've only ever seen them far to the east, nearer to Astrozalian. Would any of you like to see them?" God, I want to get this gnat so bad.
What are they?
And are they going to eat us?
Well, they can be dangerous, but their trajectory seems to be away from us rather than towards us. We will not get close enough to impede their travel, so I suspect it is safe. As for what are they, I'd rather you see for yourself.
Yes.
Come, follow my steps carefully.
That's
Those
the
that
most,
are
like,
willing to follow.
fantasy movie line, and I love it.
He journeys off into the north a little bit, pushing brush across, and suddenly he slows his pace again and crouches in a nearby bush, and he kind of strokes one of the trees with 3 fingers in a specific kind of gesture, and the branch of this tree that's hanging a lot of moss in front of it just peels back, almost succumbing to his command, and you all can see further past into the forest. I would like all of you can all pretty clearly identify some sort of rustling motion up ahead, but I do want everyone to make an active perception check to be able to clearly see what he has picked out. DC is fairly high for this.
Toby's watching our backs.
No, just a regular perception.
Wow.
And very distractive.
Hey.
Toby Rama, you can see rustling of trees. Jiri, you can see the shifting of leaves and branch and blue foliage. Roulette, you're not. It's just an endless expanse of blue forest.
Yeah, I'm looking for
Yes,
the mechanical
100%.
thing.
There's no creatures to be seen. It's just more endless blue expanse of wood. But Telperion and Rome meeting or beating the DC of 20, you notice the motion up ahead is very well camouflaged into the backdrop of blue wilderness. But the motion's caused not by swaying trees or rustling brush, but a series of barely discernible figures. Large forms, entirely formed from what appears to be slightly squeaking mushrooms. Forms of strange quadrupedal creatures. One, walking away from you all, some 60 feet off in the distance, has a very large, bulky body and a 15-foot tall neck with a head cresting up into the trees unseen, lumbering forward. Another that looks like a sort of tortoise-like creatures, but with spines carved all along its back. Not true biological spines, but formed approximately by dense, conical-shaped fungal growths. There's a tiger-like form, an elephantoid, among a few others. And you, Telperion and Rome, are able to see these in the distance, walking amidst the otherwise blue wilderness. And Aeolas says, "Fascinating. I have not seen one in many moon tides. And these are far grander than the small reptile." Oh, 21.
Sorry, no, I didn't mean to read it.
Yep. I will also just put the name of these creatures in the chat. But these are grander than the small reptilian forms I've seen them in the past. They are formed entirely from flora, but they knit together and create almost a hive mind of fungal growths that work together in unison to send signals and replicate forms, movements, senses, even sometimes eating habits of the dead creatures they have analyzed and replicated. The flora is harmless on its own, but if enough of it is present and able to grow and expand over the dead form of a once living fauna, they have a sort of fibrous memory, and they can communicate that throughout the fungus's sensory network. And over time, they gain motor control of anatomical structures, limbs, though with obviously limited accuracy in their visual appearance. But this would indicate that perhaps based on their trajectory, somewhere far to the south, there may be strange creatures that I have never encountered myself. But they must have been slain or fallen to death long ago for them to have adequate time to replicate such large forms. It is almost a shame that the Cordy sprites finding these forms originated from such a darkened blue wood, rather than the usual vibrant and colorful realms of more eastern fairy plane. That would have been a breathtaking sight to behold. Not that I seek to find fault with this already wondrous sight. And I would say, Tobirama, although you're unable to see these creatures, with your high passive perception as Aeolas is speaking, you can actually catch a slight discoloration on his face as his typically heavily winter-touched expression and sorrowful features almost seem to thaw very slightly. Beads of wetness kind of dripping down his face for a moment, and a patch of warmer hue slowly emerging right at the upturned corner of his barely noticeable smile. But the moment of warmth does not last long as the beads once more freeze to his face, and his expression turns sorrowful once more. Well, come all, let us not impede their journey. Thank you for granting me a moment of indulgence. Count yourselves lucky for seeing Cordy sprites walk amongst the forest. Let us journey on. We are making good pace and we should not waste it. I anticipate we may be closing in on Kaer Methryndine's patrolling area in no more than an hour or so.
Would he be a good place to try that threatening presence or whatever?
It could be.
Powerful.
It depends on when we rest. Usually the immunity will only take hold before your senses are able to, elevated heart rates come down, you're able to recuperate. It is more beneficial before a short rest. More useful after that. It only lasts from a period of restful bouts. So I don't want to utilize that feature now and have you gain immunity only to rest before we proceed to Kaer Methryndean proper and its immunity is wasted.
And like you said, maybe
I suspect we get a little bit closer before we have that discussion. But unless there are any other questions, let us continue on.
At some point, and this could be any. Aeolas, the small glass thing of vapor. Is this something you created here in the Feywild, or did you get it somewhere else?
I hesitate to give too much information. I have come to give you all a.
Let me offer something first. The reason I'm asking is we've encountered something similar to this a month or two ago. Nothing specific to Eladrin Elves, at least not that I know of, but a small glass vial of gas.
And as a note to you, Roulette, just informationally, there is something to that in terms of a gaseous vapor contained, almost like a poison contained in gaseous form. I will state, though, that these vapor bombs are like this size, like a large Christmas ornament, whereas those small hourglass-shaped vials, which were probably an inch tall, intended to be broken at the bridge and inhaled through the nose, that is different. But at least but you're still very much in line with. Aeolas will seize on the opportunity to at least say, it is rare. I am impressed that you have encountered gaseous poisons before. They are certainly very difficult to achieve. And one of my many contacts in Astrazalian are very capable at brewing poisons and potions. But certainly gaseous vapors can have their uses. They are just incredibly difficult to aerosolize from usually liquid form of biological beasts.
Understood. Gotcha.
But as you guys continue on, Kinsalo actually is going to stride up next to you, Telperion, and engage you in a little bit of conversation. Hey, I imagine this isn't like lost on you, and I'm sure you've given it a lot of thought already, past what we may have talked about. But you sure you're up for this? Turning on those Eladrin at Kaer Methryndean to get us home? I imagine that's a rather complex decision. Kind of, I imagine, similar to my own thoughts on how we had to take down some of those lycanthropes pretty recently.
It is ironic how often you and I keep having to trade our discomforts of you potentially walking into an elvish encampment soon, and I just did that with the Kenneloft. I've come to an unsteady peace about it. If they were Ithilwinge, this would be an entirely different situation, but they are not. They're not even of my plane, so they're not necessarily kin of mine, where I would feel like I'm betraying my every fiber to do this. I will be fighting a little non-lethally if possible, just to reduce carnage, but I also do think it's true we need to get home sooner. The longer we're here, the more we risk an exponential amount of time passing in our realm, I think. So anyway, I think this is the short of it. They did try to trick us, and they also we will be careful not to offer violence at first, and I think that they are blocking us from something important. So they've also been perverting things here in a way that's not easily forgivable. So anyway, the logic of it is what I am holding myself to more than anything else. But I appreciate you checking on me.
Of course. Would your people back home feel any sort of way about this? Don't get me wrong, I'm fully... maybe I shouldn't say that too eagerly. I'm not intending to dismiss with casual banter the seriousness of killing elves. But I think they all rubbed us the wrong way at first, and I certainly find more reason to trust this Aeolas fellow than them. But anyway, I just know both of our cultures deal with death. They handle it with a little more gravitas than most cultures, I think.
Yes, I've been very careful as a representative of the Ithilwinge, away from my culture, and to try not to do something that I would feel guilty even reporting to them. This is something I certainly would not happily tell them I'm walking to do, but I don't know. I think that Aeolas has really opened my eyes. It's not like we're dealing with the most honorable Eladrin of them all, so it's possible for people to turn against if these were good elves, then I would feel different, but I don't know that they are. And I think that anyone at home would understand that this isn't an easy situation.
Understood. Well, let's get past that. Let me ask you another question. Let's say we're successful getting through the portal, assuming Aeolas can help activate it. What happens when we get to, assumedly, your homeland? Will we all be welcomed in since we're in your company, or will the rest of us be treated like outcasts or worse? I mean, what do the Mooncrest cities even look like? What are your people like? Are they like what you've seen in Kilodine?
Oh, the city's like Kilodine.
Yeah.
How big was Kilodine?
You would think, based on your perception of it, and it's dense canopy, so it's not, you didn't have a clear view of it, how expansive it was. But at least that kind of central hub and the way they integrate their building structures in with the forest looked similar in size and grandeur to like the Moonset Grove, but certainly different in its own ways for sure.
I see. The fact that you'll be with me, I mean, my credit is going to be a little strained, I believe, but my mother is the ruler of our people, so that's probably what, take that with a grain of salt. I think our welcome will be relatively warm. My people will be glad to see me alive. And I think that they will, many of them will have never seen a non-elf before, so I think that this will be quite shocking to them. But
interesting.
I think I've been thinking about this. I think we need to present you as with like grandeur and not with like, oh, sorry, I brought someone from Kenneloft here, because I think that sets the wrong tone. I think you, being an Avariel, are something special and to your people, but I think it will also be something special to mine. So I think if we present you as not someone who, oh, please allow this person here, but like, let us frame it as, look who has come here. This is a special deal. I think we can set the tone very differently, and in a way that creates more opportunity than makes it look like we're coming in with our hands open, hoping for help, because that's not what we're doing.
Yeah, no pressure on me then, right?
Oh, you'll be fine.
I will admit, I'm getting more and more nervous as we get closer. And, there's probably societal bias I've grown up with that is coloring some of that, but just new land. I hope I don't suppose all of your people are quite as welcoming and kind as you have been. Maybe they are, but I am hoping my nature is probably more birdful than otherwise. Won't give them cause to fear and shun me and treat me as less than. But I will just ask this of you. Stay close to me while we're there, if you would. I think that would help me, help my general comfort level.
I, in some ways, often feel like a father with this group, and I think that feeling will be emphasized further when we are there. I will not be abandoning any of you among my people.
Well, that makes me feel better already. Also, promise me one more thing.
Many promises. Yes.
I'm walking into your people's home at your side, and I know you've already been to Kilodine, but I want you to come back there, all of you, so that I can recount to my people how well you've helped me and perhaps color their perceptions of you all in a favorable light. Hopefully more so than it already was, but...
Well, that's why one of the reasons I'm excited to take you is because I don't think that I can easily just pretend I haven't just rescued an extremely important member of the Kenneloft. I mean, if you do become a captain, we can't just have it turn around and be like it's been, right? Where you're the Birdkin fight with the Ithawinge. I think we need to try to put an end to that tension. This hasn't been for nothing. So I would be welcome to that idea.
Yeah. I definitely agree with the mentality. I just hope people like High Commander Rillis and Sawet and some of the more entrenched minds of our people are amenable to that. I actually think Lady Keatra, the Herald, will be interested in something like that. It just might require some persuading to, I mean, shit, now that I think about it, there is going to be a lot of pressure on essentially the relationship between you and me to temper the previous hostility our peoples have had against each other.
I think so. And I also would, I mean, once we get closer, if we do end up going into Ithawinge territory, I will caution everyone to know that Ithawinge have been isolated for a very long time and our lives are long. And the way people, I mean, minds won't change instantly. And so I know a lot of people got bothered by the way these Eldrin spoke to us and that condescension. But changing someone's long-held belief isn't something that's done easily, shortly, or with impatience. So I think that all of us should be willing to know if we are walking into places expecting a culture to change, we should be gentle about it and patient and not expect people to see a point of view immediately, which isn't something I would have said 2 months ago.
Yeah. Well, let's lead the way, and extends you also a firm arm handshake.
I give it back.
Thanks, Delpirion. And then Aeolas actually slows his pace a little bit and says, all right, everyone, we're getting pretty close. Probably no more than 10 minutes journey into the territory where they typically patrol. Might be a good idea to talk strategy now and consider how we want to approach and enter. We are past that 10-minute mark of entering their territory. it will be perhaps another hour into Kaer Metherdeen proper. So now might be a good time if any of you want to rest your bones or recover any capabilities that you need. I may be interested in just resting my feet for a moment. But otherwise, we can make use of try and grant you immunity from my auras, plural if necessary. And otherwise gear up for how we want to tackle this. Do we want to journey straight to Kaer Metherdeen and assume we can tackle all dozen retainers and Morrigan herself? Do we want to try and accost any patrols we see on the way? What are your thoughts?
Well, we were sent on a mission to bring you to her. We could feign success on that part, and
well, by all accounts, you have been successful.
So we could use that angle to try and have a smooth entrance.
She knows I will not have come willingly, at her behest, at least not like this.
I don't.
You seek to place restraints on my wrists and act as if you have put me into your captivity?
We were supposed to walk in with your head.
I think we're supposed to walk in with his head. I don't know. Morgan strikes me as
Discerning.
kind of a sharp tack. She's gonna smell something, and while I do think that'll get us guaranteed there, I think if we go walking in with you also walking and not deceased, we're gonna meet a bigger audience there. Everyone's gonna want to see, Morgan's brother finally captured.
Yes, I am less optimistic about our chances of success facing all of her retainers at once. However, a unique thought has just occurred to me. Sir Jiri, if you had not let slip a couple of details that indicated to me that you are not, in fact, Yurik, your presentation was wildly convincing. I do have the means of making myself invisible in our approach. If you want to disguise yourself in a compelling manner as a beaten down and bloodied version of myself, more convincing that would be the case of my arrival back here, not that I would willingly walk amongst you all.
Oh yeah, I'm a pretty good actor. Spent a lot of time acting in my career. I could play you easily. I'll pretend to be all beat up and bruised and injured. That's
And I'll
what
punch you a few times in the face, and then we'll put you over my shoulder and just walk in with you like that.
No. I'll pretend to be beaten up.
Yeah. Punches won't make that worse.
Also, I can do your voice too. Your voice is really easy.
And then he shifts his voice to the fine, more refined,
Yes,
elegant.
very refined. Yeah.
Yeah.
Beautiful. You are definitely able to do so. You've spent adequate time around him where that is fairly guaranteed that you're able to pull that off.
You also would have
That
the
is
stink of his
quite
curse on
impressive.
you. Or blessing.
I could also.
That is true, though I don't know if my sister would be able to ascertain that or not.
I
But
could
it is
also.
an extra element of compelling deception.
I could fully make you, to all discerning eyes, dead if we wanted to fully bring out this performance. Like, indiscernible.
In that case, we could not approach Kaer Metherdeen, but would rather have to draw them out. Could be useful.
So we wouldn't have to fight them in the little throne room.
I also wonder if that ability, if you feel confident in its ability to deceive, we could steady ourselves, wait and lurk in the grass, and take down whatever patrols scout this area, and upon their non-return back to the cathedral, they would likely send more to figure out what had happened. We might be able to take out 2 waves of rangers before we even have to make our approach to Kaer Methrin, where my sister will likely not leave. Effectively sectioning off their reinforcements into manageable waves of enemies rather than all at once.
Ironically, I think that also would mean more of them would live, because we could take them out a few at a time, maybe non-lethally, and then not just have to go in and kill them because they're in our way.
Very well.
I
It's
like that
an
idea.
interesting proposition, to be sure.
If it came to it, are we trying to preserve your sister's life or end it when we get there?
I had this discussion with at least Telperion when I returned, but I know my sister better than perhaps any that walk this plane or other. My sister will likely be emotional upon seeing my return, stepping into Kaer Methrin or even in the woods they patrol. I suspect her judgment at my affliction she sees as a stain to our family's name, and she will aggress me. I have little doubt about that. I am walking into these negotiations, if we can even call them that, with every muscle I have crouched in anticipation to defend myself and act in retribution. I have little to no hope that my sister will allow me to enter unaccosted. Should that happen, I am comfortable with ending her life here in the Fae.
She also will likely take it as a betrayal, which it was, of us, that we are going back on the deal to walk in with the person who was supposed to kill to use the portal they had, trying to barter with us.
Perhaps.
True, I just want to ensure that we don't act in a way in which you don't want us to.
I would rather not blindside my sister specifically with a series of surprise attacks. I would at least like to allow her the courtesy of showing her true self first.
Let's get to
If I can make a request, that will be it. However, perhaps if we are compellingly deceiving, we can still surprise the rest of her retainers in combat or conflict. As soon as she makes her first move, so to speak, you could all ambush them if you had been lying in wait or otherwise sieved your way into their midst. We can perhaps use this as an opportunity to increase our likelihood of success. My only request would be, do not aggress my sister until she aggresses me.
We can do that.
The
Jiri-
logistics of how we proceed is one thing, but yes, Jiri, what was on your mind?
Oh, well, Jiri, while you're talking, I mist kind of like emanates from his mouth and it covers his face and his body, and then it like shifts and he is now a spitting image of Eolas, but like beaten, bloody-eyed, missing teeth, all beaten and bruised. And he says,
Well, she won't know which one to fight if there's 2 of you.
That is an interesting point. However, I don't know. Perhaps it could be an entirely new strategy to proceed together. I am not perhaps interested in applying dirt and grime and blood to my form to make us look identical, but one of us will be more clean than the other, I imagine. However, again, I have means of making myself invisible if you wish for me to hide myself in our initial approach for any reason.
Toby, if you made him actually like seeming dead, would all of that wear off? Would he be unconscious? Will he be able to maintain his illusion that way?
He would be catatonic. The target is blinded and incapacitated, and its speed drops to 0.
But I think we should just have him act like he's unconscious, because he's catatonic. I think the illusion would drop.
I can act being dead. That's easy.
All right. Well, is there anything you need to do to be ready? No.
Were we
I
planning
will-
to take a short rest before beginning?
If we are hoping to rest, I suggest we do that first, and then we can undergo the procedure of having me try to influence your physiologies with my aura or auras, depending on what you prefer.
Quick rest, and then we get on with it.
I know mechanically, I don't think anyone has spent anything, so
No, but
the rest can be fairly short.
So before short rest, I will cast Aid twice on all but Aeolas. So me, Jiri, Telperion, and then Roulette, Roman, Consalo. And then get those spell slots back using my channel divinities. And then short rest.
Okay. Aid, when it's first level, increased level just means more hit points, not more
Correct.
targets. So at first level,
As
it
you
affects 3 people and buffs your stuff by 5. Is that correct?
Yep.
And you're doing that twice. Can your channel divinity can a single channel divinity restore 2 spell slots worth right
Now
now?
I'm using 2 channel divinities.
Well, I was wondering if you might only have to use 1, depending on the way
It's
worded.
about as it scales, it allows higher level spell slots to be returned, not more.
I think it's spell slots worth of magic. Like, it doesn't have to be a second level spell slot. I think it could be 2 first level spell slots, but I might be wrong on that.
Isn't
I just
Aid
wanna
a
make
second
sure
level
we use it
spell?
right.
Regain 1 expended spell slot.
Oh,
Level
is 8?
of
I was
It's
also
second,
thinking it was I was also thinking it was a first level spell.
No,
That's
it's
my
just
bad.
second.
So okay, you cast it twice. You regain 1 of them with channel divinity. Perfect.
So
This
we
would
each
also
get
be a good
5.
opportunity. You each get 5 current and increased max.
Yeah.
This would also be a good opportunity for if there's any attunement changes for anyone to undergo. This would be the time to make those changes.
Wait, do we get 5 temp, or is this the 5 max?
Max.
Oh,
So you
I
can
don't- I
heal
don't mess
back up
around
to
with
this
that temp
increase.
stuff.
7.
Yeah.
wow. Nice. I will also just very quick. I know. With Aeolas, just quickly run through the mechanics of this vapor bomb to fully understand how it works. Is it like an app? Is it like a
It is fun. He will describe it to you in person, in character, in world, but functionally you have to make an attack roll against a creature, and the weapon is treated as an improvised weapon. No one is proficient unless you're proficient with improvised weapons in some capacity, but this is essentially a strength or a dex attack roll that, if it hits, has a very good chance at stunning or paralyzing.
Sure. Is this more? Is it like it's like a skin contact thing, and then it like seeps in, or is it like
It can hit their chest armor. The vapor will seep into their pores, up their nostrils, into their tear ducts, stuff like that. So as long as you can make contact with them, it's like occupying that space enough to affect them. It's like functionally, if it hits the ground under their feet, and like our understanding of 3D stuff, it probably just like the vapor just like escapes into the air and is not effective. But
got it.
But it can also replace 1 attack roll. So it's not like you have to use your action to throw. It's like you could hit something with a weapon and throw this as a secondary attack. But
Got it.
But I imagine this eagerness is, he probably already found a loophole of how to do something awesome. So can't wait for that to happen. That is very exciting. I'm excited to see what you have in mind. Otherwise, short rest complete. Everyone's feeling fresh.
The dragon sneeze.
May I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Of Aeolas, are there any gardens around here or areas of like rare flowers that perhaps I could use for a spell?
Perhaps. What do you have in mind? As Karamethrin has given way to the test of time, as it is one of the oldest small structures in this wood, it has most of its formal gardens and spaces have become overgrown or are dilapidated stonework, but there may be something. What did you have in mind?
I'm looking for a gilded flower so as to call upon the spirits of the Fae in what I believe will be a tenuous battle.
Such a beauty may not be gilded in and of itself in a garden, but if there are, my sister is a rather vain personality, and she likely may have cut down any of the remaining beautiful flowers from the gardens and put them in her own chambers, or perhaps even in her sort of throne room that she occupies. Perhaps we can search the premises upon that, and you may have found that she has adequately ornamented a beautiful flower.
Excellent. I will keep my eyes peeled. Thank you.
Very well. Otherwise, is there any other preparations you all need to make? I feel ready to proceed. I can certainly, at the very least, try to affect you all with my sorrowful presence and have you gain immunity to that. After which point, it is your call on whether you want me to make you immune to fear of the Summer Eladrin before we proceed, which will remove my ability to transform in a conflict, or also, well, yes, or just prefer to prioritize my capabilities as a were creature in that fight.
Let's keep you safe, and we'll hope that maybe one of the Summer Eladrin uses that on us while we're gathering them slowly.
Of course, that sounds wonderful. I am also, if your friend Jiri here is intending to deceive them with his feigned death, or my feigned death, I intend to utilize a potion to go invisible for a time until you all determine I should emerge from that invisibility. Is that acceptable to all of you?
Yeah, I think we can do this without you.
Very well. Well, first things first.
Make us
He takes a
sad.
deep inhale, and as he exhales, you see frost and mist kind of pour from his body, and his eyes like fall and open wide, and he takes on this like haunting appearance. And I need everyone to please make a wisdom saving throw.
My specialty. Oh, I did do good.
This is a charm effect, so those that have advantage against charm can roll. So I think that's Rome and Telperion, and anyone else that has other various capabilities can utilize those. Roulette
Toby, do you have advantage on charm
success.
effects with the staff?
Yes, yeah.
But only once per day do you get that advantage, Toby, right?
No, that was part of the medallion, not the luck point. I have advantage on charm saving throws.
The staff has its own things against enchanting
That's
and charming,
enchantment.
which includes charming, I believe, but it might be restricted
It
to
just says
spells. I don't know if it's all magic.
I'm talking about the Forsaken's medallion.
Yeah, the Forsaken's medallion definitely gives you advantage on charm, for sure. So let's go here. Roulette success, Jiri fail, Rome fail, Toby success, Rome because of your reroll is a success, Telperion success. So Jiri, you have a little difficulty being overcome by Aeolas's charm effect. You feel like he is your ally and you couldn't dare hurt him, but it's less than friendship. It's more like all of the bad thoughts you've ever had, all the doubt, all the questioning yourself is just full force in your mind. You feel so unsure of who you even are as a person, and you functionally have disadvantage on all ability checks, all saving throws. However, at the end of your next turn, you can try to overcome this sensation.
Six seconds later.
Jiri's probably just like downward spiraling in terms of the self-doubt and feelings of inadequacy and just absolute sorrow. He's not even worth it to his friends. He has no benefit to their value. until the next turn where he's free to roll again.
I
A little
love
bit of method acting here, getting in the mindset of Eolas.
That's true, yeah. And with that, you finally overcome and come back to your own senses. And you all have functionally gained immunity to any Eladrin sorrowful presence for the next duration until a short rest.
Cool. What if we just never die? I know.
Then I will say this is going to kind of happen for free. It might take an hour or so, but as you guys slowly approach the area where Aeolas is indicating is the center of where Kaer Methrindine's main chapel is, hold, everyone, quiet. And you can all hear, I'll say for free with people's passive perception, with Aeolas kind of guiding your attention in a direction, you can hear slight, they're very quiet, they're very well traveled individual elves that are rather adept at moving quietly in their forest, but with Aeolas's indication, you can hear the snap of a twig, the rustle of a branch, and you all can see at least one. I'm going to move you guys to a new screen. Well, let me do this first.
Livers are out.
Jiri does not look like Jiri. He looks like deceased Aeolas in this moment, at least, although maybe not playing dead quite yet. But as I move you all to this page, you are once more approaching Kaer Methrindine, and you see at least one individual who is visible off in the distance, an Autumn Eladrin woman patrolling the area. She will not have traveled alone. What do you all want to do?
Do we feign like we need help?
I could attempt to charm her.
We're just returning victorious.
Yeah, let's just return victorious and hopefully, and ask them to escort us.
No, tell them to stay on guard. We don't want them to join us back there.
We're gonna knock them out.
Oh,
So we want them to gather, and then we can knock them out, and then wait for more to come.
I missed that part.
Yes.
I am going to use this opportunity to become invisible, unless you would rather I save that capability for later and simply make myself scarce in this moment. I will not reveal myself if this comes to blows.
Make yourself scarce and save the invisibility for when we actually walk in, maybe.
Very well, I will do so. Aeolas will functionally slink off screen with a stealth check.
The second you see we're fighting them, no, join in.
No, we're keeping him not helping us for the moment, so he doesn't reveal us.
Never mind.
You were thinking about your ideas.
So he removes himself from the screen functionally, and I have Jiri, you should have control over the dead Aeolas-looking individual. But are two of you carrying him in this moment?
I'll carry him.
Okay. So you have him slung over his shoulder, or otherwise just like presenting him?
I'm just gonna like sling over my shoulder, and I'm gonna say really loudly, she only wanted his head. We just could save ourselves the trouble of carrying the rest of his body in here.
God.
Get a
As
knife
you
out,
say
we'll just
that-
chop off the head.
As you say that and make yourself known, this individual stops their tracks and does quickly make hurried progress over toward your location and says, "Hold, travelers, I must ask you." Oh, it is all of you. I would like, in general, this to be a group deception check, but Jiri specifically gets to roll deception with advantage.
And I'll roll intimidation instead because I want to.
Nah.
Christopher, does Alfie have to roll?
Wow, nat 20 on Jiri's advantage deception. Amazing. Alfie does not have to roll.
Okay.
Toby nat 22.
That's true.
Beautiful.
Holy shit. And roulette nat 20. What's happening?
Rome did 13. Wow.
As she approaches, she seems very convinced that you have... Wow. I must inform Lady Morgan at once. She'll be most pleased that... Well, please allow me to escort you back to the cathedral.
We were
Theoden,
having trouble getting
Myantha, others, come. We must escort the travelers. They have been successful in their venture. And I'll say, functionally, I'm going to move you all up a little bit as you slowly follow her escort. And a couple more individuals make themselves known.
Can I player, because we were talking strategy for a very long time and Steve missed it, so I just want to, so as a group right now,
you can remind Steve right now above table of what the strategy was.
Yeah, I just want to remind everybody above table. So we're trying to knock out these elves right now to take out a section of the Eladrin before we even get there, because we're hoping another wave will come looking for these missing scouts. So try to knock these elves out as fast as possible, and we can't let any of them escape. That defeats the whole purpose.
Sure.
Right? That we're all on board.
Yep.
Very well. Well, she begins to lead you, and 4 other Eladrin individuals make themselves known. 2 Summers at the back and 2 more Autumns nearer to this initial individual. And she will call out to them and say, "See, look, Aeolas has been found and slain. The traveler's bringing back his body. Please, let us report to Lady Morgan." And she is calling this as you guys are continually walking closer. And as she calls out to go inform Lady Morgan, this individual specifically nods and begins to walk in a direction. Is there anything you're doing in this moment?
Yeah, I'm gonna call him back and say, "Wait, halt! We have to tell you. We did slay the leader, but the others come back here so we can tell you they might be approaching Cameth and Dean from afar."
I want you to roll a persuasion check to see if you're convincing enough for him to forego his command by his ally and listen to your story.
A 5.
That you see that individual continues walking. But the other individual does move closer toward you, as well as the other 2. So some of them are interested in hearing what you have to hear, but one has commands from his superior to go inform Lady Morgan. Is there anything you're doing as you see that individual starting to walk away, and you all have an opportunity to act if you want it?
We have to stop him now. I just did something.
Alfie, hit him.
I will cast.
And I'm going to cast Firebolt and 2 charges from the wand at the same time into the back of that guy.
Okay. So at this point, I would like everyone to roll initiative. None of you are unseen attackers, but you guys are going to get a full surprise round off on these individuals before they have a chance to react. I probably should have opened that up. Okay, thank gosh I got that up.
Oh, no.
I'm saying this right now.
Yep.
I'm not attacking for lethal at all. Like, I'm gonna try to get them to like 1 to 0, but I'm trying to just go for non-lethal attacks.
Okay.
So
Yeah. Got it.
So I think I can say that, right?
I think you can say that, especially when you're reducing someone to unconsciousness. However, you slashing with your normal sword forms is where your damage comes through. So I think choosing to actively do non-lethal damage in active combat is going to reduce all your damage dies to like 1d4. So you could injure them along the way and then choose to non-lethal at the end to knock them unconscious. Just so you know, that's probably a more effective way to not hinder all of your damage output.
Yeah, so I'll wait till they're low health to start blunting myself.
One quick question, like strategy-wise, Jerry would have known this. Are we expecting to be able to rest in between waves, or are they coming one after the other?
That probably was not, well, I know it was not discussed, and we can address the feasibility of that as it is brought up by you or your allies.
It kind of just, I would say, depends on how quickly a scout group not reporting back urges action from others. Like, does that take an hour? Do we have time for a short rest? I don't know.
We would know the distance between where we are in the city. Like Aeolas would be able to tell us.
And you suspect less than an hour away of travel, based on what Aeolas has said. Okay.
Christopher, I forgot to click my token, or I clicked it and then you moved it and it like unclicked it for me.
Okay, so what was your initiative? I'll add you right now. 8?
8.
Snowman.
Okay. Is Alfie on there? Oh, he moves at your turn. Dumb.
He moves
Okay.
at my turn.
Yep, and I still need to roll for Kinsalo as well.
I do have a question for the whole group right now. Are we cool to play a little longer than our usual? Maybe we're starting combats now, and we didn't get to do our story for a month, and then we're out of town next weekend. So I'm just thinking like maybe we want to know ahead of time that this might be a little longer than the usual Type 4. Yeah, that's
Definitely a good check-in. Is everyone okay with that? Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, we should, hopefully with that flexibility in mind, we should be able to get through this conflict. The future Karameth and Dean conflict might not be today, depending on how quickly things move. But we'll see. We got that. Rome, what is, oh, they're faster than you. Telperion, they're faster than you. I think initiative is in place. So functionally, we're just going to run through initiative, but they don't get to act on this first entire round of combat. So, Jiri, you are first to act. You are slung over Telperion's shoulder and feigning dead, but you can act in this moment. I'll say it'll cost you an extra 5 feet of movement to jump out of Telperion's arms to get onto your feet.
Well, yeah, since I go first, I feel like Jiri kicks things off, and he like jumps out of Telperion's arms, and he's like, "Surprise! Elos lives!" Like in Elos's voice, and then he's gonna blast the far guy, with 2 shots of his air burst to try to get the dude that's fleeing.
Okay, I am gonna say just for flavor, real quick. There's a lot of tree cover in between you and them. They are probably going to have some serious cover from that shot unless you adjust your angle.
Sure. Okay. I'll move.
Can I collaborate with you? Oh,
go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say for fun, I was gonna like let you like pop out of my arm. Like I was gonna like help like hurl you up a little bit.
Yeah.
You could, if you want to, you could preemptively burn your reaction to give him some elevation on these shots to give him a better line of sight.
I'll definitely use my reaction because I won't need it for the first round.
Okay. You will burn your reaction here and lift Jiri into the air with some real oomph. Give me an athletics check just for fun.
Okay.
We practiced this in our short rest.
17.
Very successfully, and you can already carry and lift a lot with your strength. You heave Jiri as Aeolas into the air, and Aeolas, you are able to release 2 blasts of air toward this individual. Go ahead and roll damage, or roll attacks. They have no cover based on the initial, or the changed line of sight.
Okay. Where'd that spell go? Shoot, I only have the focus version. All right, subtract 3 damage from this if it hits.
Okay. First one sails past him.
Wow.
And so does the second. 2 nat ones. As those 2 beams of blasts of air ricochet past his individual, you see his beautiful long golden hair like fly off into the distance and rest back onto his breastplate, and he looks on in horror, and you can see an increased sense of urgency to move forward away from you all. That is your first turn. Anything with a bonus or otherwise?
I'll just reposition and cloud punch this lady.
Okay, go ahead and roll it. And they are not allowed to have reactions either when they are surprised.
Man,
Just
that
double
roll.
checking that.
Second roll does not. She's able to adapt in time, but the first one clocks her wherever you're intending to hit her. Definitely deals some damage. How much damage do you deal?
6 bludgeoning damage. That is
6
one of my
bludgeoning.
cloud fists. Kind of punches her on the side of the head.
Okay. You smack her pretty good, and then she reacts in time to dodge the second. Will that do it for Jiri?
Yep, that's it.
All right. Toby Rama.
I am going to cast Bane. Yes, is that what I'm gonna do? Yes, I'm gonna cast Bane on 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Charisma.
I'm going to make some charisma saves here. one on top. They also do unfortunately have magical resistance. You quickly learn. So with advantage, yes, they push past that individual, push past your bane. This person will see. They are able to succeed as well. And then the one to your right. Even with a 19. That surprises me because that's 16 plus 3. It's just showing it weird. But yes, unfortunately, all three of them are able to resist. You very quickly gain a sense of these people are very resistant to magic as Eladrin.
Okay.
But only one first level spell slot gone.
I will stay where I'll move like here, and that'll be my turn.
I'm not going to trigger that until next time, so that works. You're going to move there and end your turn. Got it. It is the individual up here shakes from their surprise, gains their reaction back, but is not able to functionally do anything on their turn. They look on in horror as you guys suddenly attack, and they have a moment of indecision, but they are functionally no longer surprised. Yes, Steve.
I don't think they get it till the end of the surprise round.
Oh, interesting.
The Rolls lawyer is here.
That's fine. Absolutely call me on it. Surprise, combat. I need to find surprise. Establish positions, blah, blah, blah. Might be surprised. If you're any of that surprised at the start, if you're surprised, you can't move or take an action on your first turn. You can't take first turn is different than round. So it is, I agree with my interpretation of it, that at the end of their turn, they do get the reaction back, but they still can't move. They still did have to burn their whole turn. So that individual up here is no longer surprised, but it is Telperian's turn.
Okay. I'm going to, can I make this straight shot?
Yes, absolutely. Okay. Yep.
I'm going to head over that way. And I'm going to swing at this person twice with my sword.
Got it. Let me see a thing here real quick. It starts its turn. Okay, so let me get a ruler here real quick. I'm going to say because that individual shook their surprise, their aura is able to trigger, and you have started your turn within 30 feet of their aura. So I do need you to make a wisdom saving throw as you feel a sense of charming influence radiate off of the Autumn Eladrin up there.
Okay, me?
You do get advantage on this if you're advantage against charm stuff per elf.
Okay, which one? This one? Because she...
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, as soon as she shook off her element of surprise, her aura starts exuding, and you started your turn within 30 feet of her.
14.
You just push past. For a second, you're like, this was all a mistake. I should have allied with, they're my cousin kin of the Fae. No, that's what she's making me think. And so you are able to push past this, and you have gained immunity to the enchanting presence of Autumn Eladrin.
Sweet. All right, and then I'm going to get up to this guy and swing twice.
Go for it. Go ahead and roll. They do not have a reaction.
Oh my god, fucking 2.
Very adeptly, his first of his crooked, awesome-looking falchion blade, he gets it up and stops your first strike.
This one hit. 15 plus my attack. 7. 22.
Yes, that's definitely going to hit.
22.
Okay. A D10 plus a D4. We'll Psionic Strike too.
Okay.
Get a sense of how hardy these guys are. Reroll a 2, up to a 3. Okay. So so 7 plus 10, 14 plus 7 is 21.
21 damage.
Yeah.
Attacks, resistance. Nope. Okay. 21 damage. He takes it and he is certainly injured. His first one, you kind of put him on his back foot because he barely blocked the first one, but you adapted and cut him across the chest or whatever, and there's blood seeping in his beautiful golden clothing. He is very shocked at how quickly you all are moving.
How hurt does he look?
Not bloodied.
Okay, so 21, he's not bloodied. And then I'll use my bonus action to pull. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna use my bonus action to pull this guy towards me 5 feet, or this person.
Okay, very cool. They will make a strength save.
It'd be a 14.
And they fail. They were not looking at you, and so they did not anticipate this telekinetic movement to pull you. So they will be pulled 5 feet toward you.
Action, bonus action, movement, done.
Oops, did not mean to change off of that song. Bonus action, movement action, done. Very cool. It is now that Eladrin's turn, and they are trying to adapt to this onrush of threat that they were not accustomed for. And after they burn their turn, he shakes off his feeling of surprise. That individual is no longer surprised. Same with this individual. She is horrified that you guys are moving so fast, and she burns her turn and is no longer surprised. Rome, it is your turn, and I need you to please make a wisdom saving throw. You do have advantage on this because you are blessed with elvish resistance to charm effects.
Great, can you show this one?
Yes, I'll go ahead and show all of them real quick. This is a male Autumn Eladrin.
Oh,
Cool.
This is a female Autumn Eladrin.
I take their cloaks.
And then
very
here's
creepy.
our male Summer Eldrin with the cool sword.
Yeah, this guy's got the sickest sword.
Oh my god.
That's so badass.
Rome, with that, you feel this elvish aura pervading your mind, but you very clearly push past it and gain immunity to the aura of Autumn Eladrin.
Excellent. I am going to move 30 feet. to
Okay.
Here, and I am going to cast Entangle on this guy. Well, it'll be a
Sure, area of effect around those guys.
Yep.
That's what we
and
needed.
I'm going to position it like. Oops. Come on, man. Why is this? Having a problem moving it. Oh.
Yeah, I always struggle to move shapes in here. I'm going to try and
You
move the
zoom
shape that you
in.
had created.
It makes it easier.
Yeah, zooming in does make it something like that over on the right.
Yeah, that okay, you're also moving. Yes, exactly like that. And they must
Dex saves?
it is a strength saving throw.
Okay, let me get into this. Advanced
You're good
spells
at
and
those.
other magical effects. They do have resistance to magic, at least spell-wise. All right, this is the guy on the top first.
Dang.
That one, you still create this area of entangled, difficult terrain. They're just not restrained by it. And then the one below him also succeeds. These guys are pretty strong and they are resistant to magical spells. So, but still, you have, encumbered them a little bit with the area of difficult terrain for sure.
Okay.
They're just not currently restrained.
And then I'm gonna use my bonus action to hide.
Okay, you are able to pretty easily break sight within all the tree cover back there. So go ahead and give me a stealth roll.
Oh, wait, Crit. I'm so sorry. I keep forgetting this. And you can. That guy who
It might have moved too far past it, but
the guy
what
who
were
has
you looking
Sonic
for?
Strike had to have saved against being prone.
Okay, that's not really a choice in the moment. That just would have happened. So were you knocking them back or knocking them down?
That prone for sure.
Okay.
I need to write this on Post-it note until it's second nature.
Strength save on their part.
14. Yep.
They do barely avoid being knocked down, so no harm, no foul there. Rome, that is your turn. With a stealth of 11, your camouflage kind of triggers, and you feel like you did that. Unclear of whether you are still in notice of these people near you. But now it is the male Autumn Eldrin's turn. He has to burn his action, but is otherwise able to shake off the feeling of surprise. It is Kinsalo's turn. He is going to, I think he's going to fly. What's his
I think if
movement
it stays in
speed?
the area, though, they have to.
They're in difficult terrain.
Kinsalo with a
No,
movement
it's
speed.
Difficult turn.
I can keep track.
Kinsalo takes to flight and dashes to get around that individual and is hovering. Well, he can't go there. He has to go there. Hovering in the air. Well, he could make it more direct path. He is using his action to dash to get on the other side of that one that was in theory going to go for help. Burning his action. And because of the way he does that, he cannot use a bonus action quite yet. But he has kind of cut off the avenue of escape for one of them. Quick, take them down. Roulette, your turn.
Roulette and Alfie are gonna run forward, splitting this guy, not leaving his range, and I'm going to continue with what I said. I'm going to dump 2 charges of the wand and then a firebolt at the guy that Kinsalo is now harrying.
Okay. All of these attacks, the magic missile and firebolt, are all aimed at that person.
Yes.
Got it. Yeah, go ahead and roll damage and roll your attack for firebolt.
Christopher, I'm assuming I started in range of someone.
You did. Thank you for the reminder. You do need to try and make a wisdom saving throw or possibly become charmed by these individuals.
Is it every individual that has this presence thing?
It is just worded in a way that if you start within an aura, you have to make the save or become. So you don't need to make 3 separate ones or anything like that. You're just
Okay.
making one save to resist
No,
enchantment.
I didn't know if there was just one specific one.
No, at this point, all of them have thwarted their surprise, so their auras all start to exude. So it's essentially all 3 of them hitting you at once.
Gotcha.
You are, unless there's anything you want to modify with this, you are going to be enchanted by them. You're like, these are beautiful creatures. We cannot slay these individuals.
I'm going to use this because I keep forgetting I have it. The D12 of inspiration.
Okay.
Just to
Yep,
give-
from the Children of Remnus. Perfect.
Yes.
And with a 7, with a 15 total, that feeling subsides from your mind, and you push past the effect, and you gain immunity to Enchanting Presence of Autumn Eldrin.
Sexy. Firebolt.
There's only four types of immunities we need to earn over the next hour.
15.
As that strike of Firebolt streaks toward this individual, they're the only one not shaken of surprise. Let me check I was wrong about their AC. You see it glances harmlessly, bounces off their breastplate that is on their chest. Barely missing.
These guys are so hard. I thought these lackeys were going to be easy.
Suck
You guys
on that.
haven't rolled particularly well on
No.
attacks so
Thank
far.
God this was a surprise round, or else this would be very bad.
With a firebolt glancing off, that's frustrating, but you see the several bolts of arcane force just jab into his form and deal 16 damage.
The firebolt
Well
distraction.
done. That is 44. I shouldn't have said that out loud, but
Hard efforts on one at a time. It's just
got it. Okay, you have injured that person. Action, bonus action to command Alfie to do that. Is that it for Roulette?
That's it.
Okay. It is finally this individual's turn. They shake off their surprise and burn their action, gaining their reaction back. Jiri, it is your turn. Had you already pushed past the Enchanting Presence? You had not had to do it because they were surprised at the time. So now you do need to try and make a wisdom saving throw to resist their presence.
Bummer.
Yeah, unfortunately.
You have 4 inspirations.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to use one of my inspirations.
Do you have the D12 as well?
I do,
I do think,
but
yeah, you do have that
It's a
available.
riskier roll since he's only got 6
Yeah.
to buff him.
let's see what I get, and then maybe I might have to also use that.
Yeah, because he needs a 7 on that.
Okay, so
D12.
1 point of real inspiration first. And with that, you
Good
for
roll.
a moment think you're gonna have to ally with these people, but you've encountered this sensation before. People have tried to charm you in the past. You push past it and gain immunity to Enchanting Presence by Autumn Eladrin.
All right, I'm gonna loop around this guy and then draw my sword and smack.
Okay, go ahead and roll. What can they do with the reaction now that they have it? Ah, yes. 17 hits and 24 hits. I'm going to say indiscriminately, they're not calculating damage before doing this. They're going to use their reaction to uncanny dodge one of those attacks. So the first attack will be half damage. The second will be full.
Okay, so 6 and then 14, so 20 damage.
20 damage total. Sounds right. Got it. That you carve into the chest of this individual, and you see the red blood seeping out and discoloring their otherwise like orange motif of gear and physiology as well. Not quite bloodied. Pretty close.
Okay, and my turn there.
Okay. That is it for your turn, Toby Rama.
Okay, I know what I'm gonna do. I just need to read something. The next time. Okay, so I am going to. Oh, would I know if my
we'll do that later.
if my
Yep,
spiritual
keep going.
weapon can be occupied by a physical, like, could I stand in the same space it's occupying?
I think we've indicated at this point that yes, it's kind of immaterial, although it can hurt. So yeah, it's incorporeal.
Okay, so I am going to use my action. Oh, well, first I need to make some wisdom saves. Let's do that first.
You do. First thing first, wisdom save to resist Enchanting Presence. And you do have advantage on this because it is a charm effect.
Cool.
And with a nat 20, you are very committed and focused on the goal at hand and cannot be swayed. You actually, I'm going to say, you feel, where do you keep the Forsaken's medallion right now? Is it hanging
Right
from
now,
the staff?
Yeah, right now, yeah.
As this effect tries to addle your mind, you feel a warmth surge down the staff head through your arm and into your mind, and it helps prevent you from avoiding, or it helps you avoid charm.
I will use my action on this Autumn Eladrin and use Path to the Grave, the Channel Divinity.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So just the next time they take damage,
Yep.
they have vulnerability to all of it. And then I'm going to, for my bonus action, cast Spiritual Weapon where I am now standing, and also go to stand in this space.
Okay.
And have it
Sounds
attack.
good. I'm going to have it next to you just for my
Yeah.
own housekeeping, but it is able to make an attack with advantage, benefiting from flanking, but not granting it. 26 will hit. For how much damage?
7.
For 7 force damage. This individual is bloodied. That stabs into their gut and hurts.
And how far? They're there. And that is my turn.
Okay. It is the individual that you had cursed in the Path to the Grave. It is their turn. They are going to immediately call out, "You two, Sundamar, Ilark, whatever you can, get to the queen, alarm her." And she is going to phase step up into the trees, giving herself a rather advantageous position for her archery, and is going to shoot 2 arrows at the one that looks like Aeolas. with advantage per her positioning.
Yeah. Invokai.
What?
First one, bad roll.
You're so lucky.
Second one, better. You take, wow, still low damage rolls though. Holy shit. You take 5 piercing damage and 1 point of psychic damage as some sort of fey influence is accompanying her strikes. But she hits you for that, and that will be it for her turn. Telperion.
Gonna keep swinging at this guy. Oh, actually, you know what? I think I could. You know,
Telperion, having started your turn now within a fearsome aura,
yeah,
you do need to succeed on a wisdom saving throw.
I have to beat a 14.
Theirs is slightly, in general, their DCs are 13.
Okay.
Is this a different aura?
Yeah, these are.
It is a different. The summer elves have fearsome auras. The autumns have the enchanting.
Well, I rolled a 12, but I'm debating using an inspiration on this.
I see Telperion wavering, and I reach in just past some of the other things, and I pull out a little hourglass-shaped thing, and I toss it at Telperion's chest or something, or at his feet, and a terrifyingly bad odor emits from it, giving him a +4 to his wisdom save, distracting him from the fearsome presence.
Hourglass vial in the shape of what you have encountered in Croatia.
Yeah, that was
That's cool.
so that's why I brought that up. Yeah, that was
Yeah, that's very cool. Love that, taking inspiration from past stuff.
16.
You absolutely add your flash of genius to Telperion, and the odor does break you from the enchanting guile of this. You succeed and are immune to the fearsome aura of Summer Eladrin.
Beautiful. Okay, I'm going to flanking. Yeah, I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna risk the attack of opportunity.
He will strike at you for sure. No bonuses or anything. It is just a straight falchion roll. Ooh,
Miss.
not quick enough.
So I parry it with my sword as I go over here, and then trying to get flanking with Kinsala. I'm gonna hit this Eladrin.
Okay, perfect. Go ahead and roll with advantage.
Come on.
18.
Give me three. Where's the ability? Yeah, buddy. As you take that strike, he will use his reaction to parry, adding 3 to his AC and getting his sword up in time to deflect your strike entirely, momentarily buffing his AC.
Okay. I will engage with him in this sword battle and then try to bring my sword down on his head.
Okay. Another attack with advantage. Yep.
20.
20 does just get through. He does adapt pretty well with his increased AC, but you undercut it and are able to strike him.
And then I will psionic strike this one too. Wait, this one is bloodied, right?
This one is not bloody, but has been injured by Roulette.
Okay, then I will psionic strike.
Alfie. Okay.
Also, I don't want to, unless it's like different than the normal parry. It says for 1 melee attack in the description. Not for
you're absolutely right. I think I flavored that poorly when I was giving extra word to the second strike, but yes, he absolutely hit on the second strike.
So 15 plus 7 is another 22 damage.
With that, you do severely bloody this individual, cutting them pretty grievously through the side.
Wait, did I say 23?
You said 22.
Can you help me?
15, 7 is 22.
22.
22 is right. Okay.
Yep.
And I will make him make a save and go prone. So 14. He's got to be a 14 strength save.
We love that.
He is knocked prone.
Excellent. And then I will use my bonus action to try to pull her 5 feet towards me and out of the tree.
Yeah.
Very cool. And she is within 30. Well, she's 30 feet away from you and like 20 feet up. So I do think you are outside of Kair's 30-foot range.
I have movement for days, so I'll get closer to pull her.
Perfect. And he has burned his reaction, so he's not going to swipe at you as you leave.
Okay.
You do move enough to pull her. She will make her save. And fall out of the tree. Michael Kennedy / Toby Ron, can you read me the language of Path of the Grave?
Oh no!
She's
I
gonna
didn't
take double fall damage essentially. Let me
sorry.
double
I
check.
well, I don't know if it's anytime they take
The
damage.
next time you or an ally of yours hits the cursed creature with an attack, the creature has
So
vulnerability.
attack
Just a
is the
march.
word. This is not an attack, so this does not trigger Path to the Grave. She falls. I am going to give her an acrobatics check to reduce the damage, which she is able to reduce the damage, but still takes 2d6 halved for falling 20 feet. She takes 4 damage.
And is prone.
She succeeded on her acrobatics, so she's not prone.
10 or above is the for falling.
And then I'm gonna get back into range of this guy, so he can't leave without risking an opportunity.
Okay.
attack.
Perfect.
that's-
You do so.
That was an action. That was a bonus action. That was plenty of movement. Done.
This guy is going to, now in front of you, take 2 attacks at you.
I'm ready to sword fight again, friend. Also, I'm not trying to kill you.
First strike. 21 to hit.
Oh yeah, it hits.
7 slashing and 2 psychic for 9 total.
Okay.
And second hit. Are you going to shield that attack or not?
No, but I am going.
You just got to make this call attack by attack, basically.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to shield it. But I am going to rebuke him.
Okay. Dex save on his part.
Yeah.
Was it 2d6?
Yeah.
Hey.
That fails.
He fails. 2d6 of what type of damage?
My staple is lightning, so lightning.
Okay. 2d6 lightning.
6
Roll it.
6 lightning.
Got it. It strikes across his form, and he makes his second attack.
I like to think that like he gets through my defense and hits my shoulder, and then lightning travels up his sword and into him.
You don't have to
Definitely.
go
Very
slow
cool.
to get struck by
And then with his
lightning.
second, pushing past the pain of that lightning, he adapts and swings wide, but does strike into your side for another 10 total damage.
Took it.
Yikes.
And with his bonus action,
Telperion says, "Ow."
he disappears functionally off screen, but chase downable as he misty steps away out of the difficult terrain.
God, I
No
didn't see
one
it.
here is outrunning Telperion. I'm not worried.
Then it is this individual's turn. Being flanked, she does not like that. She is going to immediately trigger her phase step.
These are the
To
worst
push-
people to try to keep from escaping.
Yeah.
This
To-
is awful.
Bamf 20 feet up into this tree, and is going to also take 2 shots at Aeolas specifically. They are regarding you as the person they kind of want to prioritize taking down. Giving them an advantageous position. We'll make 2 attacks against Jiri. Multi-attack. However, they do have a spell casting component to the Autumn Eladrin, and they can cast a spell, bonus action or otherwise, as replacing one of their attacks. So she's going to Hunter's Mark Jiri,
These guys are awesome.
and then attack once with advantage on him. At 20.
He is within 30 feet of me. I will spend my reaction to negate
So
the critical
you
effect.
slow motion see how that is going toward a vital organ of Jiri's, and you are able to how do you want to flavor your Sentinel at Death's Door reaction?
So you can turn that to a normal hit. Yeah, there's just it's almost imperceptible. The arrow just changes its trajectory ever so slightly, not being able to fully
Yep.
take it off
Perfect.
course. But
Amazing. So a total of 8 piercing damage and 4 psychic damage to you, Jiri. However, there is an additional little bit of Hunter's Mark damage.
Ugh.
Extra 6 damage. So 8, 4, 6, 18. damage. So an otherwise way worse strike still does hurt quite a bit as this arrow sinks into your shoulder.
Gee.
But that is their turn.
Jeez.
Rome, you are up.
36 damage.
I am going to move here. Right next to this tree. And
I'm
I'm
checking a passive perception thing here for a second. Okay, gotcha. As you move, you do clock with your high passive perception that this person's head kind of moves, responding to the audio cue of you moving. So this person's not surprised or doesn't, he knows where you are, but who's to say whether these individuals do? You might still be stealthed.
Okay. I'm gonna cast haste on Telperion,
Okay. Cast haste.
I'll hate that.
which I guess means that the square is gonna go away now.
It does, in fact.
And for whatever reason, I can't.
And you do break stealth as well, just casting a spell. So you're no longer stealth, but Telperion is functionally hasted.
I love this feeling.
Excellent. And then I'm going to bonus action hide.
Okay, give me a stealth roll. Ooh,
Ooh.
very good.
Nice.
You just fully blend into your surroundings. That it for Rome?
Yep, that's it.
All right, it is this individual's turn. I don't know that I've been doing a great job of tracking that. Oh, I did do that for Telperion. Oh, Rome, you had already pushed past that influence. I'm gonna say you're probably. I do. Your turn's not going to be different if you're feared, but I do need you to make a wisdom saving throw against the Summer Eldrin's fearsome presence that you were within range of.
And I have
Gonzalez-
advantage. Is that right?
Not for this. This is not a charm effect. This is a fear effect, which is different than your ability to get advantage on charms.
Okay.
Kinsella will have to make this in a minute, right?
Correct. But a 15 with a very high wisdom save individual is enough to battle past it. So your turn happens and you gain immunity to fear aura.
Excellent.
So now it is this Eldrin's turn.
Sup,
And-
bro?
Yeah, I would say they track Rome's movement off in this direction, but then they lose sight of her as she just disappears into foliage. And is, probably going to make, well, he's going to do the same thing they've all been doing. He's going to use his Fey Step to give himself better position up here, only 10 feet up in the air, and then shoot 2 shots toward Jiri / Aeolas.
Oh my
They
God.
know what they want to do.
And he's going to Hunter's Mark as well, the same thing as the previous person.
Jerry, how's that?
Which
Oh,
is
yeah.
that, and then an advantage shot. 17 to hit.
I'm gonna use my bracelets to block it.
Oh, perfect. The charge of your bracers to buff your AC. It sails past you, not injuring you, not carrying any of its damage or Hunter's Mark damage, but you are still Hunter's Marked by the individual. But that is their turn. Kinsalo is up and immediately has to resist fear.
Gonzalo, get over your fear of elves. Look at how cool I am.
No.
That one.
Yikes.
Bad idea. Bad idea. Bad idea. And he is going to. He is feared, frightened by 1 minute, and it's just that simple. So his attacks and stuff would have disadvantage. He's going to fly away from that individual and gain some ground. He's not going to go that far. He'll take to the sky a little bit. So he's going to kind of flee a little bit, kind of reassessing his position. Pretty scared of that individual. And he'll take the dodge action. Roulette, it is your turn. Yes, thank you for that. For fear,
Mm-hmm.
this guy is starting to get to his feet slowly from being prone and is very scary right now.
I'm gonna go kill him for all of us. Aeolus.
His eyes are just glowing bright white. Some otherworldly, other planar effect is radiating out of him, and it is unlike anything you've seen.
Fudge. Oh, wait a second. Alfie's within 30 feet too, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is he not immune to fear? He can be
No,
scared.
just a charm.
Got it.
What is it? It's a wisdom saving throw?
Wiz save. Yep.
Yeah.
What is his wisdom? Doesn't say it there. Wisdom is a straight D20 roll.
Come on. Damn.
Also scared.
Okay.
That changes everything that I wanted to do. Oh god, no.
You can still target stuff, but
I know, but then I have disadvantage on the attack when they are in line of sight.
Isn't it only disadvantage on the person you're afraid of?
No, it's while they're in line of sight.
I think it's all attack rolls when you're within line of sight of the person you're afraid of.
But you could purposely turn your back
That is true.
and target someone else, like a little elf girl who is on the ground.
And very
Yes.
vulnerable.
Crouching in 3-point landing superhero pose, having fallen but successfully keeping herself mounted prone. But you
Sure.
turn your attention toward her.
Oh, she's not
Um,
prone.
She's not prone, no.
Cool. I am just going to run 30 feet directly this way, not getting closer to any of the elves.
Okay.
And I can get up to there. I just want to make sure of this. Sorry. 30 feet was there. Yeah. And then because Alfie's faster
Yep.
than me and has to travel less, he can get to there. On the way over, I am going to bonus action cast.
I think, just as a recommendation or note, if you're going to use your bonus action on something, I don't think you can bonus action compel Alfie to go over there and help you do a thing. You have to either command him to do something new or use your bonus action on a thing.
He can move. He can move without me using
Of his own volition. Yes, that's true.
But I don't get advantage on these because actually, do I want one advantage?
I just don't know. He might follow you of his own volition. I don't know that he would grant you flanking of his own volition without being commanded to do so, is my point.
Oh,
Unless you can justify that he would always do that or something.
Isn't he just a threatening enemy, though?
I just don't think you can give yourself 2 bonus actions, basically. You either have to compel him to do something different than what he was doing, or do your bonus action that you were intending to do. Sorry to be a roadblock in this moment.
nope, you're good. I am going to hold on a second. I just want to. Where was this? This was 30, so he was down there. I just want to put Alfie back where. Oh, he's afraid. So Alfie's staying right there. I'm running up there and I am using my bonus action to cast Arcane Weapon
Perfect.
on my flaily flail. And then I'm going to take 2 swings at the lady.
Okay. Go ahead and roll. First one is going to do some increased damage if it hits, but they're not technically with advantage because they are not prone.
Yeah.
Oh,
19's pretty good hit. How much damage do you do with this?
I do this plus this.
Whoa.
13 doubled since they have vulnerability to all of the damage from this attack, so they
Oh my
take
God,
26 damage.
Don't kill now.
And then I'm taking my second swing.
Roll it. With that attack, you did bloody them. They're not on the cusp of death, but you did successfully bludgeon the fuck out of them. Second one, they are able to get out of the way of.
And then for Alfie's turn, he's taking the dodge action and moving over to here.
Okie dokie. Perfect. Running to help his mama. Roulette's turn. Now it is this Summer Eldrin's turn. He gets up from prone using 15 feet of movement. Then he's gonna, he has to see if, he hasn't used his yet, so he can still do that. So he is going to phase step off screen and dash to give him another 30 foot of normal movement away. So he's 2 Summer Elves. I'm actually going to leave them both on screen just so we know they exist, but 2 of them are getting further away. But that is that one's turn. Jiri, it is your turn.
All right, Jiri's gonna make head 33, chasing after them. Oh, where's 30? Right.
But not be within 30 feet of them.
He's not going to be able to. He's definitely not starting his turn within 30 feet of them, and that's the requirement.
This guy's up in a tree, right? So I'm not within 5 feet of him.
Not within 5, but he's only 10 feet up. So, like, you could. He's not that far from you.
Yeah, so I'll blast him as I'm like running, chasing after
Okay.
the Summer.
Go ahead and roll your blasts.
And I only have the focus version, so it's -3 damage.
Okay.
It should hit.
Jeez.
First one he dodges. Second one hits him. He is going to use his uncanny dodge to resist some of the damage. So he will take 7. Although because he's up in a tree, I'm going to give you a chance to knock him
11.
out.
14.
11. So he only takes 5 damage. Got it. Taking half because of the uncanny dodge. Although I'm going to want him to make a dex check. It's probably going
What
to be
is
somewhat
focus
easy.
here first?
Okay, they do maintain their composure up on their branch and are not knocked out. But you have hit that one with your action. Anything else?
Is that risk?
No, that's it.
Do you have to make a con save to keep Hex or Hunter's Mark on Jiri?
Oh, yes, he absolutely does. Good call.
Ooh, and that other lady does too.
Oof.
Does succeed, barely. This is the other one that Hunter's marked you. When did they take damage recently?
I thought it was the roulette one that Hunter's marked me. Never mind.
No, this one bonus action and shot 2 at you. This one bonus action and Hunter's marked and shot you once.
Gotcha.
But so that one did not take damage since that, I don't think. But any bonus action for you now?
Nope.
Okay. Toby, you are up.
User. Let's start with
Several of them now are pretty wounded.
yeah. Spiritual weapon is here with like on my space.
Correct. I would say easily within 20 feet movability of this individual.
So I'll do that and have it make a strike at.
Okay, go ahead and roll it.
Oh no, that's damage. Wrong.
Does hit. Do we want to just use that force damage that you rolled?
Sure. Force damage.
5 force damage. You injure her more. She's looking pretty rough.
Does she need to make a concentration check?
Oh, she does. Thank you. And she loses her hunter's mark on Aeolas Jiri, but this one still maintains it for now.
And I'm not all that concerned about her. Oh, I could. Yeah, I'll just move forward. There. And for my action, I will try to Toll the Dead this guy.
Okay. Go. Oh, I need a wisdom save. He does have advantage on this,
yeah.
unfortunately. With a fail. And he is damaged, so you do get the 2d12 necrotic.
Hot.
Yikes.
What?
Unforch damage roll.
Hot.
I hate that
but you
it
do
rolls double the
yeah.
amount of dice.
You do
on the
see
first
Shadow,
hit.
though, like drift up and into his form from the branches he's within.
That's my
So
turn.
still some damage. Little bits of damage from different bonus action. That's your turn. It is now this one's turn. Once more flanked. Let's see if their phase step recharges. It's only rolling in D&D Beyond. It does recharge. So they will bonus action up to here, up in a tree, 20 feet up in the air. I'm going to remove their Path to the Grave marker. And they are once more going to take 2 shots at Jiri with advantage per positioning. First attack.
Well,
crit.
again, it has
Oh my god, you get your reaction back.
Yeah.
And they don't have Hunter's Mark, so that's just 6 piercing and 3 psychic for 9 total damage instead of what would have been much worse. And then their second shot.
Jiri is officially bloody.
Much worse. The second shot not finding purchase, but burning their turn. Telperion, it is your turn.
All right, so we got work to do. What does it mean?
Yeah, this is going to be some loose mechanics because they're within your hasted speed, so you can catch up to them.
Okay.
Yeah.
The first one, the higher one, I've heard.
That one is
on him.
Injured, just not quite bloodied. This one is the one that's farther and more injured.
Okay, I'm gonna. Oh, Jesus Christ.
I'll go for the one that's worse.
That's the one that's further from you, and I'm faster.
I can shoot 120 feet.
Oh, sure,
and
okay.
100 feet.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to this one then, and swing really hard at him.
Okay. So functionally, you're off screen at this point, but go ahead and roll attack.
Okay. So this is just a standard attack.
And it went after you, so it does have its reaction back. But go ahead and roll.
6.
Yep.
Yeah. So 6
that does not
7
hit.
is 14.
13.
13 doesn't hit.
Yeah, he is able to get his sword up in time to parry that, hearing you come from behind.
Okay. Doing.
They froze. Or
That one.
Oof. You guys are your connection's struggling, but it sounded like Nat 1 on that one. Oh, we might have just lost him, at least temporarily.
What?
Oh, there they go. Your video's freezing. Your audio and video are struggling for me. But Nat 1, so unfortunately both miss, I believe.
Yes. I'm gonna use my action to.
Yeah, neither hit, so you can't proc your strength save. Okay.
I'm gonna use my bonus action, and holding my hand right there. So it's missed with both, and then as I'm pulling away, having missed, vines erupt out of the bottom of my sword, and they need to make a DC 13 Dex save.
That is very cool. These are not particularly dexterous individuals necessarily. Well, they're not bad, but it's certainly not a spell, so they don't have advantage on it or anything. Oh, unfortunately, just able to evade the grasping vines of your tether vine, Feywood Ivy.
Okay, I'm not doing nothing on my turn, so I'm action surging and swinging twice more.
Okay, you are welcome to. Go ahead and roll the first one.
I rolled a nat 1 again.
Unfortunate.
I rolled an 8.
15?
That's the worst I've ever rolled. 8 plus 7 is 15.
Unfortunately, they are just good enough on their sword work to parry your blows out of the way, unable to hit them in that turn.
Well, I used
So
everything I could
lame.
possibly use. I'll keep chilling here.
It is their turn next. I'm going to see if they get their phase step back. Rolling only in... Oh, it actually rolled the right way. Oh, no, it didn't. That only rolls in D&D Beyond. They do get it back, and they bamf 30 feet away from you and spend their action to dash and run. So they are functionally...
I was hasted and got one more attack.
Oh, that's true. Yes, that is absolutely true.
I rolled a 24.
Does hit.
I will Psionic
You
Strike,
got to. You got to.
and I will try to make him go prone.
Okay. Oh, that could change things for sure.
I just got cursed. Something really bad happened to me just now because I rolled 2 1s, and I re-rolled them and still rolled 1s.
Unfortunate.
So 12 damage, and they do have to try
12
to.
damage.
Yeah.
That does bloody this individual, and they will try and succeed against proneness. Nat 20. You are cursed right now, but they still do what they intended to on their turn. And they're functionally 90 feet away from you. But that will be it for their turn. Next, it is this individual's turn. Let's see if her face step recharges. It does not. So she is going to use some movement and a jump. Oh, she actually is not good at that because you can't just use acrobatics at that. I think she's going to start moving her way in the branches slowly toward the rest of you all, and is going to try and take 2 more shots at Aeolas. Jiri. First attack. 17 to hit.
I'll take it.
9 damage total, 6 piercing, 3 psychic, and second attack. Oof. Second goes wide, not quite on target, and you dodge it.
Drew's
That
got, like,
is it for their turn.
4 arrows sticking out of them now.
Yeah.
But Rome, it is your turn.
All right. I'm gonna cast Wither and Bloom on this area.
Okay.
So the way that it works is, so the Eladrin that's in there needs to succeed on a Constitution saving throw, and then takes 2d6 necrotic damage.
Does have advantage.
Oh, my
for-
bad.
Only an 11 on his advantage con save, so it absolutely takes its effect. Instantaneous, 2d6, necrotic, and I believe someone else heals a little bit. Is that right?
Yep. So Jiri can now take
One of its
hit
hit
one of its
die.
hit die. Yeah.
So one.
Oh, very cool.
So I'm gonna roll D8.
Plus your Constitution modifier. I would
My
say it counts
con.
as a normal hit die roll.
No,
Plus
it's
my
Rome
spellcasting ability
spellcasting.
modifier, so +5 as well.
Oh, interesting.
Wow.
Hit die and
That's
roll
awesome.
plus your. That is awesome. Wither and Bloom's even better than I ever realized, and I knew it was good.
Okay, D8.
That individual is almost bloodied as you see like his life
Bummer.
essence drained from him.
So I get 9 health.
It would appear that way. Yep.
Hey.
Very
Exactly.
nice action.
Damage I just took.
And then that circle is gonna go away. Actually, that's not like a permanent thing.
Got it.
If I can get rid of it. Oh, there it goes.
I got it.
Wait, he took damage too?
Yeah, he took damage. The 10
He took damage.
And then I'm gonna bonus.
Oh, and
action.
that guy actually needs to save on a concentration check on Hunter's Mark because he had saved on it previously. And loses Hunter's Mark.
Fucker.
Excellent. So I'm still concentrating on haste. That
Correct.
Wither and Bloom was a not concentration.
Yep, just an instantaneous. Yep.
Yep, and then I'm just going to continue to hide.
Okay, give me a stealth roll.
Love it.
Very well hidden, it would seem. I want to check a thing here. Oh, Kinsalo does not. People feared do not get to keep saving at the end of their turn. It just lasts for a minute.
Oh.
Interesting. That does suck a little bit.
Only if they're in range does it matter, or in visual range.
Only yes, if the scary creature is within eyesight of them, yeah. So it is now this person's turn. They are going to, feeling their hex mark waver, they're going to call out with a bonus action. No, that person's too far. But that person's not. He calls out to this person, "Aid me, sister, quickly!" And is going to healing word them. +3, so they heal a tiny bit. And then it's going to take 2 more shots down at Aeolas. First attack.
Let's go.
Yikes. Second attack. Also yikes. So now they're a little rattled around. They're bloodied a little bit. They're having a hard time finding their usual grace in their bow shots, and they miss both times. I think this person he also gets to recharge his face step potentially. And at the end of his turn, with it recharged, will face step downward and try to get in front of Aeolas a little bit, preventing your egress a little bit. Gonzalo is still scared.
Is that person out of visual range?
No, they're well within range, visual range. But he can zoom up to, I didn't mean to move that. He can, though, zoom up to this person that had just moved and direct his attention backwards, not looking toward this guy. And he'll try and make a couple attacks on this one. One attack. Nat 1. Second attack. Nat 20.
Interesting.
For 17 damage. That one's looking pretty rough as that wing lance just jabs deep into the guts of this Eldrin and says, "Oh shit, non-lethal, right, Telperion?" And as he does that, he will take his bonus action polearm master attack. And with another nat 20 of non-lethal, which was already a d4 of stuff, bludgeons this one into unconsciousness.
Oh, fuck yeah. That's awesome.
Just stab him. Piss me off.
And I need to do this one. And that is it for Gonzalo's turn. Roulette, your turn.
I can't move closer. How far away is this one? This one's like 30 feet off the map right now.
Roughly, yeah.
So I'm just gonna make sure it's something. 60, yes, it was 65 feet. I can't do anything to you or to you. You can't move. Is this one in the what?
In the trees 20 feet up.
This one over here.
This one is also in the trees 20 feet up.
Lovely. A disadvantaged firebolt and 2 more charges of the wand are going at this guy.
Okay. They are within range of your long range projectiles. So yes, disadvantage on firebolt.
Dang.
Lovely.
Does sail past him in the distance. It was hard to aim. But magic missiles, if they have that kind of range, automatically are going to
It's
hit.
100 feet for, well, I'm going to confirm that really quick. I believe it's 100 feet for magic missile.
With 14 damage, you stagger this person to their knees and you see sprays of blood jet out from their body, but they are keeping themselves conscious. Just very, very rough looking right now.
I'm just gonna stay where I am. I'm not doing anything else.
Does Alfie move?
No, because he can't move anywhere closer to the feared people. Sure, I'll have Alfie move over. I don't even know. Alfie's just gonna move into the middle of the road.
Okay, perfect. He is able to do so. And with that, it is now this Eldrin's turn. See if they recharge their face step. They do. My guys have recharged their face step like 8 out of 9 times. And
The
immediately
crowd is
face step and
wild.
dash. They go immediately another 90 feet forward. Telperion, you are still, at this point, you're within 90 feet of this one that ran away and a little more than 90 feet from this one now. So they're getting
Kyle.
away. but you also are not right next to Karamathan Dean, so it depends on how long that haste can stay up, really. But that is its turn. Jiri, it is your turn.
All right. Jiri's just gonna blast this guy. 2 air blasts, and then let's do that first, and then he's gonna move.
Okay, perfect.
And again, -3 damage.
First one hits, and they're gonna uncanny dodge to have it.
So that'd be 4.
9 halves.
So to 4, we'll give you 5, and then another 17. What was that person's health at? Oh yeah, 14. What was that person's
Being
health
able to
at? Let me
attack guys
check.
to the year +4 thing has been changing.
5 and 14.
Turn by turn save.
I'm going to say functionally, because it's just insane how close that was, functionally knocks them out of the tree, and they are on the ground, barely breathing with consciousness. Successful in your shots.
Okay. And then 5, 10. Step on this guy. 15, 20, 25. I'm just gonna get past Consolo. And then I'm gonna say to him, Consolo, come on, you gotta turn into a bird and fly me. We gotta catch up to those other ones. But I'm just gonna like run past him and keep moving.
I was going to save it for a bigger fight, but if you think that's worthwhile.
Okay, no, that's fine. I'm really fast. I'll catch up to Telperion in no time.
Okay. Is that it for Jiri?
Yep.
Toby.
Really even Toe to deal with this one.
I'm sending. What's this face over there?
Alfie.
I want to make sure I don't have anything I can. Oh, but Telperion's already so far away. Seeing if I could help you out in any further way. So, I will. Yeah, turn on this gal, do a Toll the Dead. Wisdom advantage. That is a success.
They do push past your Toll the Dead.
And they're focusing so hard on that they don't notice the arrow coming in behind them to knock them.
It's true. It does catch them off guard, but not grant you advantage. And unfortunately, they do hear it sailing through the air and are able to dodge in time.
Okay. I'll stay
Any
here.
movement or otherwise?
I'll stay here because
Okay.
I'm gonna keep an eye on her. I don't want to fully ignore her.
Okay. Well, it will be this one's turn then. Who is gonna get up from essentially prone, see if her phase step recharges. It does not. She looks at Roulette with anger, knowing she's likely the only person they can really threaten at this point, and is just going to run up to you, dropping their bow behind them, rushing you, pulling a long knife, and is just going to jump toward you, make 2 quick swipes.
Oh, you have reactions for this. Right.
First attack. 24 to hit. Second attack.
I'll negate that.
Nat 20 to hit.
I'll negate
20.
that.
So on the 24,
Mhm.
I am going to use my reaction to shield repulse her, not my shield. I'm going to repulse her 15 feet away from me.
And she's
Okay. Okay, so you take the initial 8 slashing and 3 psychic, right? So you take the 11 hit from her first strike, and then you repulse her. Does she need to make a save, or it's automatic?
15 feet. She's moved
Okay.
away.
Okay, so she is pushed back, and now is going to try and. Oh, she might not have enough movement. 1, 2, 3.
Did she get it from prone?
Yeah, she does not have enough movement. She will continue to try and rush in your direction, but can't reach you
Thank
for the
you.
second attack. That is pretty insane. Well done. Very cool.
That's a very
you have
clean way to avoid.
you have
put it in.
thwarted me. Telperion, it is your turn.
All right.
Well
Ugh.
done, Roulette.
We gotta hope the curse is lifted.
Bro, I need
I'm
this
gonna-
from you.
The first guy is 90 feet away from me, I believe. With
Yes.
So I want to get in close, and I'm gonna bonus action out a sliver and try to hit him. How am I looking for non-lethal here? What is his like? He's been hurt a lot, I think.
Yeah, it's hard to make judgment calls, but you think this person might be able to take a hit without going down, but he looks pretty bloodied.
Okay. Well, then actually, what I will do is I'm gonna use my speed movement to get over there. I'm gonna get within 20. I'll just go my full 80 towards him, so I'm only 10 away.
Mhm.
And then I will bonus action, quick toss.
Quick toss. Okay.
Do a full hit on him.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead and roll it.
Oh, 14 plus 8 is 22.
Does hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
6 plus 5 is 11.
11. This person is now looking very rough with that strike.
6. Oh, I'm sorry. 6 plus 5. Yes, that was 11. Okay. I will now use my hasted action to try to hit him with the other one. So I'll draw a sliver and I'll toss that and try to do this lethally.
This non-lethally. Okay, we'll say it's a D4 of damage instead of a D6, but otherwise everything's normal.
Okay. I rolled in at 1.
Going for his like ankle or something. Oh, nat 1. Your sliver sails past him, unfortunately.
Stop rolling that ones.
Yeah, my man. That would be great.
Bonus action, hasted action. You still have your full action available. Or hasted attack, essentially.
I have a question just to make things work smoother. Could that have been my first of my action, my regular attack action? Because that way I can use my hasted action to dash off the extra 10 feet, and I just get one more swing.
The problem is free interactions. You couldn't have dropped your
I have my
sword, drawn
sword.
2 slivers
I quick
to throw
quick
both
toss-
slivers.
so
I
quick
know, but
toss-
you can't. Oh, but so you're saying holding sword, free interaction throw, and then quick toss
That's what I
interaction
did,
throw.
yeah.
Okay, got it.
So then I just go up and I try to swing one time with my sword for a.
Do you have
Uh,
additional movement available? You had moved 80 towards him with your normal movement. He's 10 feet away still.
So okay, yeah. What I'm saying is I would like to have used my first of my attacks to done that, and I'd like to use my hasted action to dash up the other 10 feet to get in range, and then I would have one more. attack.
Oh,
It's
I
just
see what you're saying.
like I get
Sure,
3.
sure. So you have
Um,
one more attack, and you
which
are
is
in
just a
range
single
now.
swing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So this
Got
is
it.
a regular D20.
But still non-lethal, right?
Yeah, and it was a non-lethal nat 20.
Beautiful. I describe how you do this. They had 10 HP. You're not gonna minimal
Welcome to
damage is
another-
gonna kill them.
Welcome to another episode of Telperion juggling sharp objects.
Yeah, literally. I think because I mean I did just move like 90 feet, so I think it just like I just blur out for a second, and then I'm like throwing slivers as I'm going. I miss once, I hit the other, and then I get there and I just take the blunt at the bottom of my sword and I just conk it onto his head,
Cool. And he crumples to the ground, non-lethally unconscious.
and I say "Afraid of
Successful.
what?" to his unfamiliar body.
Perfect.
Do you still
Uh,
have 80
and it w-
feet or 70 feet, right? Because you dashed.
And then I go towards the other guy 70 feet.
Yeah, you give yourself an additional 40 movement. I don't think it's doubling the entire round of turn. It's giving yourself an extra movement.
Then I go
But
30
yes.
south towards this friend.
Okay, you'll be getting closer to them. Probably not within 5 feet yet.
Give it a diagonal.
And then that is Telperion's turn. It would have been this individual's turn, but they're unconscious. Then it is this turn near Toby. Let's see if their face step recharges.
Rome, thank you for
It
haste.
does.
It's so that was interaction.
This person face steps through the trees to another good position and rains down 2 more arrows on Aeolas.
Oh my god.
Jerry, you
This
could
is
drop
absolutely their
you could
priority.
drop the illusion if you want. I think that to you.
A 19 and another 19 for a total of 9, 12, 21 total damage as 2 more
Hold
arrows
on.
find you.
I may
Okay,
block
okay.
them if I can't remember if it's to my AC for the full turn or if it's just one attack.
I think it's just for 1 attack,
Let me
but
see.
correct me if I'm wrong, if depending on the way it's written.
Yeah, I gotta check the wording again.
Yeah. I think it's intended to be like a parry ability or a defensive duelist ability for a single attack, not like shield.
says momentarily. Yeah. Whatever.
And I bet it says for that attack, probably.
Yeah, I'll just soak some damage. Whatever.
Okay. So are you taking all of that 21, or are you blocking one of them?
I'm taking. Hold on a second.
A lot of healing you're gonna have to do.
I'll block the second one if I'm allowed to choose.
Sure. The first one will catch you off guard, and the second one you're able to get your bracers up in time. That's fine.
Okay. So 9 damage.
So 9 total damage. Yep. And that is that one's turn. Rome, you are up.
All right, so I am going to produce flame and then throw it at this lady right here.
Okay. Go ahead and roll the attack roll.
Was she stealth?
13
from them?
will not quite. Oh, that's a good point. Yes, 100% you have advantage on that. You were successfully stealthed. Good call on that.
Nice.
Unseen attacker producing flame and launching it, and that made the difference.
Very hot.
For
Except
3 fire damage. Yes. But
Isn't she
still
covered in-
enough to damage them.
She's covered in dry leaves.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are not vulnerable to fire, although
There's no wind.
sadly.
Um,
But that is produce flame.
Yep, and then I am going to bonus action hide.
Perfect.
Yes. I love her.
You are very safe from damage in this fight. Although this one, you see her look right at you, and it's like you Homer Simpson back into the bushes. They still have their eye on you. But that is Rome's turn. Anything else for you?
That effectively
gotta
negated
find
the
that
healing
guy.
word that guy did.
True. That one is unconscious. It is Kinsalo's turn, still frightened, but he is emboldened by striking down that one. He is flying up to this one to get into its face and try and knock it down. The first one, yeah, he's literally going to make a shove attack at it, actually, for his first attack roll. So that will be a strength on his
Did somebody
part.
Photoshop Rome into this GIF?
And the
Oh,
auto
it's the Homer
marksman.
Simpson one.
Oh. Oh no.
Oh, dodges it, but he'll try again with his second attack.
It's
Romer Simpson.
nice.
15. That's amazing. Auto marksman, dex check.
Boo.
Unfortunately,
Elgin
unable
are
to
rolling
do
incredibly.
that. They are rolling really well. He swipes at it with the butt of his weapon twice, unable to shove them back. But I wonder if he gets his pole arm if he didn't do damage. Blah 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 blah. He took the attack action and made those with his attack, so he does get one final shove attempt with the butt end of his bonus action pole arm.
With Kinsalo's point of inspiration he was holding on to.
19's pretty good. Autumn Marksman just has to roll poorly once. And with that, he knocks the Eldrin down. We'll see what their acrobatics is on the way down. They do not fall prone, but they fall to the ground 20 feet, taking some serious damage. 2d6 for 8 damage. And that individual is looking very, very rough at ground level. And Kinsalo has finally knocked them out of the tree branch. Roulette, it is your turn.
This one right next to me is panting on the ground, prone, close to.
Correct. Rushing towards you with a drawn long knife.
She had gotten up from prone last time. She's not prone now. Or
She's not prone?
No, she's not prone. She got up from prone, ran toward you, and then you repulsed her back, and she kept trying to run toward you. Your repulse doesn't auto prone them. I don't think.
I thought someone hit her down again.
No. She was originally prone and got up to start that assault on you.
This guy. Can you click? Can you click? Click your ruler and point in a direction and tell me how far he is in that direction.
Yes. He has been running in this direction with an additional 90 feet. He is 180 feet away from you, probably.
Yeah, he's had 2 rounds of running.
Just non-lethal the one in front of you.
Oh, that's silly. He is. So he's
This
in,
person, as a reminder, this person is like almost feral looking with how desperately they're clinging to life. But this person is I imagine out of range of most of your capabilities.
I can't move closer.
Yeah, but can you still see him when he's 180 feet through the woods?
Yeah, that's another point, is through the woods. You might see another fleck of gold as he's breaking, difficult to see.
So what I'm saying is, that being so difficult to see, can Steve move this way?
Yeah, he could probably move toward that individual. Yeah.
I'm not going to move.
If you go this way, you're not moving at them. At that person who's going this way.
I'll strafe around and I will get to here, keeping my distance, and I will take a non-lethal ankle height swing.
Okay, go ahead and roll.
Oh.
Several nat 20 non-lethal rolls today. How do you knock this person unconscious?
I
take their legs out from under them, and then they just bang their head on the ground.
Weren't they on the ground already?
No, they were not on the ground already. Yeah.
But Steve said ankle height, or essentially.
Yeah, you're essentially table topping them. Like you're swiping out their feet from under them. Yeah.
Laying on their head.
Can I want to specifically just like destroy an ankle, like just very, very much flatten an ankle.
Jesus. It's worse than lethal.
Yeah. No, yeah, you're absolutely able to you hear the crack of a bone that sounds terrible, but they fall to the ground unconscious.
More like Fey limp, and I'm gonna have Alfie also do the strafing maneuver and just sit on top of her.
Okay, very cool. Successfully done.
And that is my turn.
It is now this Eladrin's turn, probably 10 feet away from Telperian's approach. We'll see if they get their face step back.
They can't. It's not allowed.
Another 6. They do get it back.
How many 6s have you rolled?
A lot. Another 90 feet of movement from them. They are now 100 feet from you, Telperian, rushing off into the distance and difficult to starting to get difficult to chase after.
Hasted, Andy has been so pleasant to not turn on his boots for that extra.
That's true.
So like,
Jiri, it is your turn.
I'm just gonna run 60 feet, try to catch up.
Okay, you are about 200 feet back. Not that quite. Maybe you're probably 100 feet from Telperian, 200 feet from that Eladrin-ish. It's all loose numbers, and I can't keep track of it all, but you start to catch up.
Can I get to the one that's knocked out?
Yes, you could probably get up to that one that had been knocked out.
Am I afraid of this person? Does it fearful presence?
No, it does not assault your mind. They are not a threatening individual, and you did not start your turn near enough to them to figure out if that would still apply. But you're going to chase down some immunity, it sounds like.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do.
Yeah.
I'll seeing what Alfie did, I'll stand on this dude's chest.
Okay.
You could probably e-blast this one.
No, there's still one lady in the tree by
there. Yeah.
Oh, there is?
Yeah.
It's on the ground now.
It's on the ground. Kinsalo had knocked her down. Yeah.
I mean, I already dashed, so.
Yeah, you're already
dashed.
Chasing. Yeah, that's his 60 feet. Yeah.
Yeah, we have to use an action to go that far.
Imagine.
Yeah, just for 60. That's all I got.
But yeah, you get up to there. Perfect. Toby, it is your turn. You were able to see Kinsalo knock this individual down, and you saw Grillette competently clobber that one.
I mean, I've got Toll the Dead for damage right now.
Well, you said that made it sound like you said I got fuck off for damage right now. Like you said it with
which is pretty much in alignment with what he was. Yeah.
Yeah, because whereas normally it does some pretty chunky damage, right now it's doing fuck all.
Yeah, and they are resistant to it. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna.
I get your bow out for next fight.
Yeah, I'm gonna go up here and cast Toll the Dead, and with my bonus action, try and kick him with my foot.
Yeah. I hope that hits and knocks him out.
I'm not allowed to actually roll because I don't actually have a way to do that with my bonus action. But just
You can. Oh.
They pretty competently resist your approaching necrotic damage. And then you kick them in the boot, and they look up at you with such hatred.
For the sake of it, all my spiritual weapon moves 10 and 10
Okay.
down.
Perfect. We'll get it 15 over and 10 down for 20 total.
That's it.
Perfect. That is it for Toby. That individual is unconscious. Telperion, they're 100 feet away.
All right. So this time, 80 feet towards them, and then I'll go use my hasted action to dash and get the rest of the way.
Okay, you are right up on them.
Okay.
Pretty
so
far from your allies at this point, but right up on them.
And they, I believe, have this. How bloodied are they? They're very bloody, medium.
This individual is very, very bloodied, like tripping on loose ground, bloody, not
Then
able
I
to
will
compose themselves.
non-lethal Jade Blade to him.
Okay, go ahead and roll it.
17.
He will use his parry to deflect it, adding 3 to his AC in time.
Once more. Sounds good. Nat 18. So 25.
Absolutely hits. Go ahead and roll damage. You're more
Okay.
than likely gonna knock this person.
I will, if I have to, I will psionic strike.
I will say you probably have way less control of your psionic strike being non-lethal than your true sword attacks being non-lethal.
Okay.
I might want an intelligence roll to see the competency with which you're able to restrain your telekinetic ability.
So I believe I get okay. So I'm rolling a d4 and I'm plus 5. No, I'm sorry. I'm plus 4. So a d4 plus 4. And then if I see can I decide on the psi strike after? I rolled a 3, so 7 damage, non-lethal.
In the moment, we haven't been clear about setting the precedent of whether you have to announce that before the damage or after the damage. Do we want to set a precedent here for you're allowed to see the result of their wound before pulsing them with psionic damage?
Can I go look at the language of this attack, the thing?
I mean, we've looked over this a lot. We've had conversation about this. I think it's just like we've been loosey-goosey with whether or not you're allowed to wait on it, and I've always allowed it.
Yeah. I'd like to see if the 7 knocks him out before a little force of.
With the 7 crack to their head, they stumble but do not fall. I'll say that.
Okay, so
you could psionic with a chance that you might do it too hard, or you could use your second attack and try and hit them.
Oh, I'm so stupid. I forgot his second attack. I will second attack. No.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Missed. I did miss already. He parried.
And hasted action was already.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right.
I'm not
So
gonna
it's a
risk
decision
killing,
time.
I'm not gonna risk killing him.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I'll just hang out in
Okay.
range of. Yeah, I'm in 5 feet.
Did you say 7 damage?
Yeah. Because you
Like
want me
that-
to roll. I had to roll a d4, right?
Yep. You did everything right. I just wanted to remember the damage. They're just clinging to consciousness.
Oh, I have a bonus action.
You do.
Uh,
You also have hit them with an attack,
You've already thrown.
so you
both your
could force them
slivers.
prone.
oh wow. Oh yeah, can I knock him prone?
Absolutely. He will get a save against that.
Wow, there's a.
He does resist the prone.
Okay. So, how does a bonus action strike? Can you punch somebody as a bonus action?
Any individual can punch as a bonus action. The benefits that monks and otherwise get is that they can add their modifiers. You cannot add your modifier. It is just 1.
No, it's.
There's
well,
no dice. There's no dice. It's not 1 plus modifier. I
No.
think it. Well, actually, it might be 1 plus mod. No,
It's not an unarmed
that's the thing.
strike.
Normally, it would be a normal unarmed strike as a punch 1 plus modifier, but this is an offhand attack, which does not benefit from a modifier. So should you hit, it will deal 1 damage.
They have 1 life.
They have 1 HP left.
I punch his face.
Give him a donkey punch in the back.
I
of the head.
dog-
He resisted your prone, so this is a regular straight roll. But go ahead and roll it.
I rolled a 4.
Unfortunately, he catches your fist and just throws it off, and is
I thought to
scrambling
tell you.
to move forward.
We're trying not to kill you, just so you know. It probably doesn't make this hurt any less. And then my turn ends.
Okay. It is the unconscious Eldrin's turn. It is this Eldrin's turn. Kinsala is up above them. Toby Rama has come up toward them, trying to affect their mind with magic, and they are going to draw their long knife and make 2 attacks at you, Toby Rama.
Yikes.
Attack 1.
Miss.
Attack 2.
Hit.
First misses, but it was a feint, and she cuts you with the second pretty
Nice.
clean across the chest for 10 slashing, and just the look in her eyes hurts your mind, and you take 4 psychic, so 14 total damage. Are you concentrating on anything?
No.
Spiritual weapon.
I don't
Not-
think
not
you are.
concentration.
That's not concentration.
Nope.
So I think that is it for their turn, and then we'll see if their faced up recharges.
Crit.
It does. So they bonus action away.
Jesus H. Christ.
Rome's turn. Yeah. What question do you have, MJ?
So I was just looking up non-lethal, and it says an attacker who reduces a creature to 0 hit points with a melee attack may choose to knock them out instead of kill them. So should I have to have been rolling d4s for damage if I'm not like doing my? Extra?
I just think
I feel like
a
this is critter
D6.
thing.
Yeah, I think it's just the fact that you're only ever dealing D8 with a rapier because you're using it to deal its intended damage. I agree that the rules don't say you have to reduce it. That's like a DM preference. I'm like, you clubbing them over the head with your thing is not as effective damage-wise as piercing them with the sharp blade of it. So it's just like kind of a homebrew thing.
I have one last question then. When I rolled that d4 on my attack and I did 3 damage, I only rolled a single d4. Would I have also rolled a psychic d4 for my sword hitting in general?
I would say that is part of the emerald portion of the blade, not the jade butt of the blade. So no, that wouldn't have worked. So no, I don't think it would have triggered the D4 of psychic damage. And also that psychic damage might have killed them also, possibly.
Okay.
But if that's my judgment call for now, we can talk in the future if we want to adapt. But Rome, it is your turn.
Okay, so I'm gonna emerge from the bush.
Amazing
And,
gif.
Um,
Great gif.
How
Oh,
far
reverse gif. Amazing.
Reverse.
Where is this? Is this lady within distance?
They
of me?
just poofed into existence from here to there, but still on the floor, intending to run. And they are well within distance of you. They're 15 feet away.
Okay, great. I'm going to move to her.
Okay.
All right, and I am going to use my primal savagery on her.
Yes.
Very cool. Advantage per having been stealthed. And this individual, just as a note, is very, very, very injured. So I imagine this is non-lethal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Soft claws.
18 absolutely hits. They will uncanny dodge, and it is not enough. As how do you knock this person unconscious?
Oh, acid.
It's like the force
Yeah, I've never
of
loved
the-
that it's acid damage, but
Yeah, it's kind of weird that it's acid damage. I guess it's like the plants that come up from the earth like spit on her.
Ooh, yeah.
Spit acid.
Plant.
reducing her to unconsciousness. But you do see the acid continue to burn. Not sure if that's going to threaten her life or not, because it's difficult to restrain magical elemental damage that's not like slashing, piercing, bludgeoning type stuff.
Well, she may succumb to the elements. That's, you know, I don't.
Perhaps.
I tried to hold back. I don't know what to tell you. I am going to hide.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a stealth roll. Okay.
Yeah.
No one really to hide from, because all the people
True.
near you are unconscious, but 10 will camouflage you. That person's unconscious. That person's Kinsalo, who will try and get as far as he can towards Telperion, but immediately has to come to a halt when this person becomes within vision because he is still frightened. Roulette, your turn.
They are a mile away from me at this point.
Pretty far.
I don't think this, unless anyone alerts me to anything meaningful I can do on my turn, I will just pass the turn to let that fizzle out.
Okay. It is this individual's turn. Does their phase step recharge? It keeps rolling in D&D Beyond, and I'd like this final one to be in Roll20. A 5 or a 6. No, it's a 4 or 5 or a 6 recharges it.
Ew.
Oh, no wonder they've been charging it so much.
Yes. It does recharge, and they bamf and run 90 feet. Clinging to life with every bit of ferocity they can, knowing Telperion will probably catch up to them. That is that. Jiri, your turn. I'm going to oversimplify and say Telperion's probably still 100 feet ahead of you. This individual is probably like 180, 190 feet ahead of you. So they're pretty far.
Yeah, I'll just run another
Okay.
step over this guy that I'm standing on. You know, jab my foot into him, and then sprint after Telperion 60 feet.
Okay, cool.
Looking like a pin cushion.
Continue to try catching up. Toby.
Toby's not here.
MK. I mean, I don't think there's anything. The rest of the
Yeah, we can get back to his turn if there's anything he wants to do with it, but he's not going to be able to affect the Summer Eladrin. Yeah, he flashes into it. Nice.
With
that, and then it gets around to Telperion's turn once more.
Okay, I'll use my hasted action to dash so I can get more than 90
You're
feet. So I get
able
next
to
to
get
them.
up to them. Yep.
Yeah. And I will just try to bonus action punch their face before I start bringing forward.
This is
Or go to
such
the
a
sword first.
this is such a stickler point of the rules that I wish I didn't have to do, but you can only offhand attack if you have
Okay.
attacked first.
Attacking first. I rolled a 4. Attacking again. I rolled a 3. Bonus action attacking.
Unfortunate.
I rolled an 3. Yeah.
They fend off your sword strikes with parries and scrambling backwards. They're on their heels, but unable to get damage
I mean,
by you.
I could inspiration one of those right now, but I'd still have to reroll. Or we could just do this all again, and I'll get 3 more attacks in a second.
Yeah, that's I think the more likely
Yeah.
thing is like realistically, this is just going to happen a couple turns until you hit him. So let's say you finally knock him unconscious. How do you do so?
How many times
Oh,
have you-
at this point, I just slap.
He has
his
literally
face.
1 hit point.
I just slap his face so hard he falls asleep.
How many turns have you hit for so far?
Not 10.
Not 10,
It's been like
but
5.
probably 6, 7
We should
ish.
definitely keep working on making this last longer.
No, I'm not too interested in that. The haste is gonna probably last till you get a point of damage onto that person, but we will say you successfully finally catch up to him and knock him unconscious. None have been slain. Rome, you're able to check on the one that you injured with your primal savagery, and the acid was brief and potent, but not enough to sizzle into their form and, you know, destroy their organs or anything like that. So all have
just
been knocked
named her?
unconscious. None have been slain. And Aeolas, the true Aeolas, will slowly approach your
Oh.
group as you all come together.
Thanks for helping.
I was recommended not to engage, saying that you all could handle this, and handle it you have, including non-lethally. There is something to say for that. I, of course, recommend removing all of these individuals of their weapons, perhaps even their clothes, anything they have in their pockets. I suspect all of you were able to thwart the enchanting presence of the Autumn Eladrin, and some of you of the Summer. That is a boon. You will be able to proceed to Methrandine's cathedral with that extra leg up. I also imagine that this is roughly half the force that I think Morrigan would have had in her control. I imagine no more than 6 retainers possible at her side, and you will be resistant to their auras of influence, and you will have me as an ally. This was a victory.
I walk into the glade and I just dump the 2 Summer Eladrin, and I was just dragging by both arms.
Okay. To speed through the process, I'm going to assume you all loot them. On the total of bodies here, there are 2 short bows, 2 falchions, 3 longbows, and 3 long knives, 5 sets of fine clothes that are all fairly valuable, and 12 assorted jewels worth 250 gold total.
Ooh.
So there's 2 falchions, 2 short bows. How many long bows?
3 longbows, 3 long knives, and functionally a long knife is like a scimitar. Functionally a falchion is like a long sword with the finesse property. And 5 sets of fine clothes and 12 assorted jewels worth 250 gold. Small emeralds, small rubies, a couple tiny diamonds.
Cool.
Prioritizing beauty over coin.
Should we tie up all of, because they're all unconscious, should we tie them up and kind of hide them, maybe try and obscure them?
I would highly recommend we do just that, as well as your immunity to these creatures' auras will not last more than a few hours. So I doubt we have time to make camp and rest before we proceed onward. I strongly suggest we continue forward and strike now while we have an advantage.
Oh, can somebody help me with these arrows?
Can we just do a quick HP check across the board?
I think a short rest would be if we could do
No.
one.
Short rest will
Heavily implied in the mechanics is if you short rest, you'll gain short rest stuff, but you will lose the immunity to their auras.
Got it. I didn't know how far we were from Kiramet and Dean.
But you have, you didn't have to use Aeolos's werebearer aura, so he can transform at will when he wants now. So you guys did not need to spend that resource in a way.
I'm gonna just second wind then.
I can give Jiri 10 good berries.
Oh, that's good for a start.
Jiri, how much are you down?
Out of character, I'm at 15 out of 57.
Yikes. 15.
You were, most
hit
of the
by a lot of
damage was
arrows.
aimed at you. I'm honestly surprised you didn't go unconscious in that battle.
Did
There were a
Toby-
lot of
I had to
attack
use
rolls at
most
you.
of my bracelets, so I
Did
only have
Toby-
2 of those left.
Did Toby take any damage?
Yeah, 1 hit at least. Crit psionic recovery 1.
10 good
Okay.
berries.
Yeah.
Okay, Tim, I am going to
25.
cast.
Everybody.
I'm gonna cast Healing Spirit.
Ooh.
Have we seen you do this?
Ignore this roll. Yes. Well, no. Actually.
You did it once. You did it when we were in
I
the.
saw it once.
Oh yeah, I did.
We rolled a bunch of 1s and 2s.
Yeah. Ignore that roll because I'm rolling this separate. It's because it's 5d6 total.
Jiri crawls into the healing spirit.
For a reminder of the flavor, it's like a tiny little ball that's just shooting red mist into the air. So I'm gonna do this one at a time just to see what happens. 6. I do 5 of these.
8, 10, 11.
Big poop.
16
Should we push Toby in for one of them?
No, I need them all.
Toby might be able to heal himself with
Yeah,
minimal
we do.
resources.
So that's 16 to you, Jiri.
So far 26 restored. That's pretty
41
good.
out of 57. Not too bad.
And then I have 41 out of 57.
I'm sure
Yeah.
Toby's might like cure wounds me or something.
Yeah, I mean, I have one other healing spell, but it's it might be a waste of a 3rd level spot.
Yeah.
I would just wait because you're not going to take that kind of heat again necessarily.
Toby, just in case you were away from headphones, combat's concluded. Everyone has been knocked unconscious. Your party, not the elves. They fucked you guys up. Just kidding. But we're just in the process of healing right now, but it was implied by Aeolos that we can't wait around for a short rest or the immunities to the auras will fade.
He's doing so funny.
Toby,
Yeah.
You got any healing for me?
I definitely do. How bad are you? Let me do a.
I'm doing better. 41 out of 57.
Why don't you do that one that costs an action first, Toby? The one that's like from the body.
I'll do a first level cure wounds and a free 7. So 15.
Oh, he's at max.
Tajiri.
Yeah.
All right. Sounds like he's back at max. And then Toby,
Or
did
he's
you have
close.
any missing hit
One
points
at-
that you
one
wanted to
below, that's
restore?
perfect, though.
I am down a little bit. I think I'm good though. I do not need to.
Okay. And you guys
expend.
also do have some potions if you don't want to spend spell resources, but take this moment to recuperate, regather. Your spiritual weapon does fade. But otherwise, you're able to loot these for the loot they have. And we'll say functionally tie them up and secure them to tree limbs or otherwise. Aeolas will probably be pretty instructive on how he wants it done. He will also actually say
When they wake up, they're just
bind their faces as well with cloth, because they can just teleport out of their restraints and they have to be able to see where they're stepping to.
Yeah, I was just thinking that was going to be an issue. Because do we have any crappy clothes or just bags? Honestly, we don't want to use their clothes because their clothes are nicer than anything.
That's true.
Didn't I say I had a set of clothes?
Oh, we have a blanket. We have 2 blankets.
We
I
also
just take.
have like
Okay.
bedrolls
Yeah.
we can.
Yeah.
We'll just use
And
the
you
two
guys got blankets for like the mountain trail and stuff, so you can just
Oh.
tear off sections of
Yeah.
the blankets and blindfold all of them.
Oh, I
pretty tightly.
deleted 2 of the blankets. Well, there's only 5. How many is there? We'll do-
5 of them.
We deleted 1 blanket to do that. We're good.
Okay, cool. They are successfully restrained and bound to a tree marked in this location, or different trees depending on how you guys want to do it. But they are essentially removed from threat level. And when we return next time, we can proceed into Karamethrin proper
I
and
put a
have
little-
that confrontation.
I put a little splint on the one's ankle that Roulette demolished, so it'll set a little more properly. Before we go.
It's smushed.
Beautiful. Well, that's where I'd like to call it for today. And we'll. Oh, and next.